Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, here we fucking go again. It's Cussin around the campfire. And we got some interesting topics tonight because, this week has sucked. So I'm sure we'll be able to talk about a lot of things. I don't know if we'll get to fix anything. Probably not, but we're just going to have a little fun with it. And Miss Blonde BLQ says, we were promised campfire and lots of cussing. Well, marshmallows and oranges. There you go. It's about to get interesting, I'm thinking. And of course, we have the normal actors or characters. Let's go around. Mr. Uncle Krusty and Grotnus. I'm going to bring them both in now as we speak. And Raid will be joining up with us here shortly. So we're going to do Mr. Grotnus first. Here we go. Say hi, sir.
Hey, fam. Good to see you all.
And Uncle Krusty, here you go.
Good evening to y'all. Good to see you here. Thanks for stopping in.
Sorry, Krusty. I got to put the captain first. He'll get all pissed off if I don't, because he'll bust ranks, and I'll end up having to do push-ups, and I ain't built for that shit.
He outranks me, man. We're all good. I know my place.
What an asshole,
He does hold a higher rank than both of us. I just happen to own the show. Otherwise, I'd bring him on first, and you all could talk with him.
All good.
So yeah. Interesting week, interesting events. I hope some people are paying attention to what's going on out there. We were talking just briefly before we came on about some of the changes in the geopolitical atmosphere. Basically, shit's getting interesting. Let's put it that way. Has anybody been watching the grain markets?
It ain't good.
Well, we grow a lot of wheat here in the U.S. We didn't last year. And guess who the number one other exporter of wheat is?
Russia.
Ding, ding, ding. Tell them what he won, Johnny. And guess what we're not buying right now? Anything that says Russia on it. So, of course, wheat has hit limit up, I think, the last 4 days. And limit up means it hits 75 cents up on the price, and then they lock it so it can't go any higher. The government literally says, shut it down. No more trading. We're done. The next day, limit higher. Next day, limit high. Next day, limit high. Holy shit. And there's no wheat to sell. There's nothing in the U.S. We've sold all the wheat we have. And we're in a drought in most of the wheat country. Any writing on the wall there, guys, you think?
I saw a number that it was 40% down from previous years as far as yield. Is that accurate?
Production-wise?
Production-wise was 40% of previous years. I wasn't sure if that was an accurate number or not, but when it seems so unreasonable that 40%. I mean, that's unacceptable.
You got to keep that in mind that's 40% across the U.S.
Yes.
So I would guess that we were probably 60 to 65% down in my area. And this region is called the Golden Triangle for a reason. It's the golden grain, area. It's where a lot of wheat comes out of. We didn't produce any. So we had that going for us, which was nice. And we don't know what. Now, the other thing that you guys have to look at is the wheat that is hitting limit up over and over again is not spring wheat. It's hard red winter wheat. Winter wheat needed to be planted last fall. So you don't know what the hell this crop's going to look like. It's been sitting in dry dirt for 4 or 5 months.
Are they selling anything they don't have yet? Are they already starting to sell off futures?
Oh, they've been selling futures for 2 months now. Uh-huh.
You folks out there better learn how to make your own bread. That's all I'm saying. If you can get a hold of the flour.
Yeah, that's the secret, is if you can get a hold of the flour.
You can right now.
Right now.
Get it while it's hot. Keep it in the freezer. It holds.
You can buy 20-pound bags right now. Still.
Yeah. For now. Last year when this COVID shit all hit, you couldn't find flour. You couldn't find yeast.
No. And if you go buy 2 20-pound bags right now, worst case scenario is you lose 40 pounds of flour. Who cares?
Yeah,
Who cares?
You lose $16 out of your budget.
But that is a
for
shit.
40 pounds of flour.
Dude, you could feed your family bread on that shit for like over a month.
Oh,
Just
God,
go buy.
Oh,
Yeah.
way longer than that, man.
Yeah, because it's 6 cups for 2 loaves of bread.
Well, that's true for me.
Yeah, you're about.
But my kids eat all of it in one meal. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
and that's true. When I've made bread on this show before, and like within an hour, both loaves are gone. Like that shit happens every time.
See, what you do is you cut 2 slices and hand them to them, and then take the
bread.
Yeah,
little jerk.
You sons of bitches.
I bet you want to eat 3 times a day too, huh, jerk?
You ever think that in the 21st century we'd be have one of our highest concerns is bread? Age of technology, and we're scrambling. Can we even make a loaf of bread?
Yeah, but if you were smart enough to keep your eye on history, a loaf of bread is what you always worry about.
You're taking a lot of liberty. Are the general population smart enough to remember history? Really?
Oh,
50% of kids don't graduate high school anymore. Do you think they showed up in history class?
Well, you want to hear an even sadder fact? The current public school system that I am aware of, I have to watch how I say that. The 6th grade ancient history book, take a wild guess how old it is.
78.
Oh, no, not quite that old. But if it's a grade school study guide, you would think it'd be at least 5 years old before they update them.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. 21 years old. In the final chapters, it tells you to make your predictions for the year 2001.
I bet nobody mentioned airplanes and buildings in their predictions, did they?
Yeah, no shit.
Allah Akbar.
Yeah.
Aloha snack bar.
Yeah. Yeah. $5.
Aloha snack bar. There you go. Let's see. What do we got? Girl greetings. Mech, I don't think she's in there yet, buddy. I don't clear my chats anymore, so I don't. There's people in there from this morning. It's what happens when you stream 3 times a day. Shit just kind of gets all jumbled together, so I apologize.
The MASH stream was good. I appreciated that. I was doing my rec, watching MASH. That was cool.
I was gonna say, did you like that? It's always good to watch 2 hours straight of MASH. I mean, it's never a bad thing.
Oh man, I enjoyed
it. Any war show that lasts longer than a war, you gotta love it.
Oh yeah,
little clinger, little Hawkeye for you. Yep. Hot lips, Houlihan.
Yeah, so you have a market. Well, and was it Hot Lips? Not the TV show, but I think the movie Hot Lips passed away here recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like 3 or 4 days ago. So, like I said, not the TV star one, but the movie star. She's no longer with us. Lucky bitch. Anyway.
Took the easy way out.
Yeah. Ducking bastard. Twitter, yeah. Let's see. Sounds a little choppy, but serious topic. Yeah, Grot's a little choppy on he's working off of a phone, so we'll work through it, I promise.
Hey, let me turn on my Wi-Fi then.
Well, I think what they're
catching R2D2 unit next to him running the system for him.
Yeah. Let's see. Did anyone see the movie? He's always just disappearing on me. He just takes off running.
The Wi-Fi was supposed to be better.
Now you're frozen.
That's funny because you're stuck in an Adolf Hitler pose.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
Yeah, you're catching up now. And I think what we're doing is we're getting the echo off of your speakers to the mic, and it's fine. It's very quiet. It's not that big of a deal. Did anyone see the movie? Yeah, I saw the movie. MASH the movie? Damn right I saw the movie. That was a good movie. It was extremely depressing compared to the TV show, but war's not pretty. And
War is hell.
War is hell. And it turns out it takes hellions to fight it. But let's see here. So yeah, what's what say you guys? I can tell you what a tanker full of farm fuel diesel is also selling for right now, if you want to know that. Farm fuel now. That's off-highway use only. So it's federally tax exempt. $3.25 a gallon. Now, it sounds cheap.
Not when you extrapolate through cost of product.
Yeah, until you realize that in order to harvest, a standard farmer out here, in order to harvest the field, they buy a tanker full of diesel. Mm-hmm. So that's 12,000 gallons of diesel, and that makes them through harvest. So all of that cost is going right into the harvest of the crop. Now, unfortunately, farmers can't jack up the prices to cover it, but yeah, there may be a lot less farmers here in a couple of years.
That's coming in at about $40,000 a truck.
Yeah, like 40, 45 or 43, somewhere around there.
And that has to be passed on to the consumer. That's going to be added into cost all along production.
Farmers don't get to.
What?
Federal government.
Oh, that's right, because they're on fixed. Prices. They're on fixed price.
Yep.
So they're all going to be selling land.
Yep.
Guess I wonder if Bill Gates is going to be sniffing around those territories.
He's now the biggest landowner of farms.
Yeah, and he's not seeding a damn thing.
No, he's letting it go feral.
Returning it to nature.
I think somebody needs to return him to nature. Just my opinion.
Ashes to ashes and dust to dust, motherfucker.
I second that. I would never do that. But
might be poor quality fertilizer, but hey, some's better than nothing, right?
I mean,
it'd be a shame.
It would be a shame. If I had the opportunity.
Be a shame.
You need to meet God, and I'm here to set up the meeting. Bill Gates is a worthless sack of shit, but
his projects have met that. They've made that arrangement for a lot of innocent people, so I think fair is fair.
Well, and you could meet up with old Teddy Turner. He's done the same shit in the Dakotas and out here in Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ted Turner is still the largest ranch owner.
Mm-hmm. Of active ranch, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Of active, yeah.
Yeah. Then what else do we have? The Prairie Land something. I can't remember what the hell the name of it is, but they're buying up all of the riverfront access, which cut cattle ranchers off of water and see what happens. Yeah.
Well, you also have Nestle, who decided that according to the laws of land, all that is above the land and below the land belongs to the landowner. So what they did is went into areas that nobody thought had much on it, and they bought it all up. And as it turns out, I believe the Bushes were involved in this little skitter scam too. They bought all the land that was holding the aquifers under it. The land wasn't producible, but it had the water under it. And then they said, well, it's our water now. So water is not a right of life. Water is now if you can pay for it. That's Nestle's official corporate stance.
Well, and
the Bush family was involved in that as well, mostly through South America, large swaths through South America.
Yeah. One nice part about an aquifer, you have to buy a lot of it to cover up the entire aquifer, because what we run into out here is you run into underground rivers, which are they're aquifers, but they're flowing aquifers, so nobody can really claim rights on them. You can punch a well, that's fine, but nobody can say, hey, you got to stop pumping water because mine's running dry. Well, tough shit, run your well deeper. Just
well, Grot, isn't that what Kuwait got accused of doing to Iraq? Is they were side drilling across the border?
Yeah, Ukraine's doing that with the
Yeah.
oil. Also, Ukraine's doing that with the oil going from Russia to Germany.
Yep, side drilling under the border. Yeah, that was because I joined during Desert Storm, and that was the big thing. Is like, well, they're on the border and they're side drilling, so we need to go shore up those platforms. Like, well, technically, he's kind of got his hands in their pants. I mean, you gotta look at it that way. A little below the belt action going on.
Well, and we finally had to in Montana. We had to pass a law. What the hell was it here? I want to say it was like 6 years ago to reestablish all the water rights because there were people that were way upstream of a lot of these small rivers and tributaries that were pumping the son of a bitches dry before they ever got down to the guys that actually had water rights. So there was a river. Well, there's a river about, I don't know, 5 miles from me. It's called the Teton, and it runs from a long way up towards the Rockies, but roped its way around here, and that son of a bitch would be bone dry by June because guys were watering hayfields over there by like Augusta, Montana. And it has, oddly enough, ran ever since they passed that law. So water rights are a big deal. Water rights and mineral rights. Whenever you're buying land, you make damn good sure that they both come with because, you don't have mineral rights and somebody happens to find oil close to your property. Well, guess what?
Tough luck.
You can keep the dirt. We'll put it back after we get done digging. And you know, they can buy the mineral rights out from underneath you. But little word to the wise when you're buying land. Speaking of which, if anybody is interested in some land, I happen to know some land going up for sale here in Montana that's it's basically an acre and a half in a small non-co-op town that already has city water on it that comes out of a fresh spring on Square Butte, already has power to it, already has a house on it. And the only thing you have to handle yourself is sewer, which septic tank and drain field, pretty easy. But I think they're going to be selling that for probably somewhere around 200. So,
damn, that's a little spendy for Montana, isn't it?
Oh shit! No, you need to look at land prices now.
That's getting that bad.
Oh, yeah, you can buy like 19 acres down in the Cascade Mountains. That's absolutely nothing to it except a dirt track going out there. And I think the last time I looked, it was $390,000, and it's not developed. There is no utilities. It is pure off-grid. So, and you get to live on the side of a fucking mountain that's like this. So, it's not
Cascades are pretty though. It's a nice mountain range.
Oh yeah, they are.
Once you get to the west side of it.
Yeah, piss on. Yeah, the Cascades are pretty on the west side, but I wouldn't want to be where they are on the west side.
True. Good point. Solid point.
I'll take my ugly Rockies and stay free. Thanks.
There you go.
But so yeah, if anybody's interested, I'll actually be listing it for them here shortly on Craigslist. So if you guys are looking for a bug out spot in Montana, boy, it's pretty secluded. I think the town has like 75 people in it.
So it's not incorporated.
Oh no, you can do whatever the fuck you want in that town.
Which is good, which is really, really good.
Yeah. That means the only building codes you follow are county and state.
Mm-hmm.
That means if you want to put up a shed, you don't have to talk to the fucking city like I have to in town.
Mm-hmm. And be certain amount of feet away from your property line and variances and all that shit.
Yeah, I got a $400 fine for not pulling a $50 building permit for an 8x10 garden shed that was already there. I tore it down and rebuilt it. Mm-hmm. So,
That's what happens when someone doesn't get punched in the face growing up. They've never been punched in the face.
Yeah, and the really funny part was it was an older gentleman down the street here that was a retired doctor that turned me in, and he was actually on my property looking in the shed. And he snuck up behind me while I was weed eating around my house, so I didn't hear him. And I just about hit an 80-year-old man in the face with a weed eater. Then he asked me about the garden shed and where my building permit was, and I said, well, I just replaced the shed that was there. You know, it's not, the concrete slab was already there. It's not like I poured it. He said, oh, well, you got to have a building permit, so I'm going to turn you into the city. I said, okay, you do that. City cop lived right across the street. I walked over and knocked on his door. I said, hey, what's the rules on trespassing? Well, what do you mean? I said, like in city limits, what's the rule on trespassing? Because I know out in the country what it is. You cross my fence line,
you get shot.
You may not cross back. Yeah. I said, so what's the variance for the city? He goes, they have to stay on your sidewalk unless they're invited. So they can walk on the sidewalk going around the house. They can't come up the private sidewalk. I said, oh, okay. I'd like to turn the neighbor in for trespassing then. So I got a $400 fine. He got a $700 fine for trespassing. So
I love you. And everybody listen, that's what we should do to all the fucking Karens that live in our neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Fuck them. I mean, not literally fuck them. That'll get you divorced. But like,
yeah.
Or something else that needs a doctor's prescription to help with.
I mean, know your laws, know your rights. If you're in the wrong, you're in the wrong, which I was in the wrong. I didn't pull a permit, but also be able to combat the situation. So if you're getting turned in, how else would you find that building permit unless you were on my property uninvited? So guess what?
That's awesome.
Well, so yeah, always know your rules and bend those rules to manipulate the situation how you want it to be, not necessarily how it's going. That's one thing I talked about this morning in the show. Was I finished up the show saying patience is probably the most important thing that all of us can have right now. Because going off half-cocked is not a good idea. But
it never is.
Yeah. I didn't stick my what? I don't stick my in crazy. No Karens. All right. Here, I can do this now. See, that's what Mr. Mech Druid over on D-Live said. So what do we got? Fourth Amendment prevents unreasonable search and seizure. He was trespassing. Yep, exactly.
Well, but also you're dealing with the difference between legal and lawful. Sheriff deals with the law. Police officer deals with legal. Yeah. Administrative.
But you have
two different legal systems, folks. That's why you were smart to say in the city, because in the county it's different. In the county it's lawful. You're not in city limits.
Well, should tell you something when most of your city officials, as far as police, fire, EMS, city workers, city planners, most of those are not elected.
Sheriffs are.
So, yep. And the sheriff is your highest elected official in your county. No matter who comes into your county. President of the United States can show up in your county. The sheriff still has to okay them traveling through.
We've had this talk before. I remember this coming up because I said county judge.
Yeah. But I think the sheriff can actually disbar the county judge, though, can he?
Sheriff can arrest a judge. Yeah, sheriff can arrest a judge. Judge can't arrest a sheriff.
That's true. I can see that.
Well, you're dealing with power and authority. One has the power, the other has the authority.
Yeah.
But so yeah, you're right though. The county judge can also tell the state, anyone in the state, what to do as far as the lawful side of the world. You know, the sheriff can arrest them.
county judge has the power of the purse.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, he can
Power
tell
of
the state's
attorney, yeah.
attorney, yeah, you're done.
And he's got all the money. He can
Yeah.
write a check. The county judge can.
Yep.
Here's something a lot of folks don't understand or don't know. If you go down to your county recorder's office, you can just walk into your regular courthouse. Usually, the county recorder office is there at the courthouse in smaller places. Ask them, who owns this building? Who owns this land? 9 times out of 10, you're going to find out it's the judge that's sitting on the bench. And the judge also switches seats between common law court, which will be held in that same building, as well as administrative court. He just gets up and walks into a different courtroom. So it's a conflict of interest, anyone? You own the building, which is for profit. You're the administrator, the chief CEO of that building, of that for profit. And now you're running people through for tickets and fines and everything else for profit. Is that a conflict of interest according to the law? Does anybody think that maybe there's a little conflict of interest there? Should a judge own the building to collect the revenue? It's going to go in his pocket. It ain't going to the city. It's going in his pocket. He's a judge.
Well, somebody's got
It's
it.
his building.
Well, so we passed, we legalized the use of marijuana in Montana for recreational use, with the understanding that it was going to go towards a lot of the school system, the revenue off of the taxes. Yeah. First month they were open.
With the lotto winnings, right?
Yeah. First month that they were open, they pulled in something like $2.4 million worth of revenue. 0 went to the school systems. So, yay! Now we got a bunch of potheads that the only reason we voted it in is not happening. Shocker! Another time that someone lied to you. Anyway. So, which I'm fine. You want to smoke pot. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't break my back or pick my pocket. I don't care. But it is what it is. Grot will like that saying. If it doesn't break my back or pick my pocket. Everybody knows where that comes from. So can't say nothing. So you say things are starting to are we going from, let's see, how can I have you answer these questions without answering these questions? Are we going
There's
from
an escalation.
What's that?
There's an escalation.
Right? Yes.
Right.
Are we
so
going
like,
from cold to warm?
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you talk about the 2 ships that got blown up recently, I think that's evidence of something that is becoming warmer. Russia they have asserted, stop messing with us. Like the worst thing that's going to happen that you've ever seen before is going to happen. Stop it. Right. And NATO's like, okay, that sounds good. Right.
Pook.
Like, dude, I'm not a Putin fan. Right. But like, I don't give a shit about Ukraine either. You know what I mean? Like, the one thing that's really interesting to me, right? Like, this is really interesting, and I don't mean to condescend to anybody that's on this platform, because y'all are all family, right? But like, it was so interesting how the liars, the COVID-19 liars, and like, you can call them the New World Order or the globalists or whatever you want to call them, right? Like, they all had everyone fixated on COVID-19, and they got everyone on board. And
not everyone.
Well, no, that's true. Amen, right? But then they just all they did was like, okay, revector here, and then everyone just like revectored without thinking, and they're just pissed off again. This time it's about Russia, right? Like, they're sheeple. Right? Like, they have this righteous indignation again about this country they don't know shit about. Like, go ask the average guy on the road, like, hey, is Russia bad? They're going to be like, yeah, fucking Russia's real bad. Can you believe what they're doing to Ukraine? And you're like, yeah, tell me something about Ukraine. And they're like, I don't know. Right? Like, they don't fucking know anything, but they have this righteous indignation because the New World Order, the globalists, or whomever the fuck has control, the international bankers, who knows, right? Like, they revectored everybody like that. So, like, don't believe anything that you see and half of what you hear, right? Like, well, I said that backwards. Don't believe anything you hear and only half of what you see, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't believe anything. So I'm talking. So my godfather is here. He just showed up, and he's a really smart historian, and I get like top secret intel briefs, right? And what I asked him right before I came on the show was like, hey, what's going on with Russia and Ukraine? Do you know what's going on? And this guy's really smart. He goes, I have no idea. And I said, all the briefings that I finally have gotten a briefing on it. Like what I got a briefing on isn't on TV. Like all the bullshit that they're saying on TV is all fucking false. Just cussing around the campfire, right? Fucking all of it. They all have an agenda. And when the left and the right, when they unite over something like this, all of us should go, whoa, slow down. Slow down.
Yeah, when sworn enemies get together, it's never a good thing.
Yeah, and right, so like, and we talked about this maybe like three weeks ago on Cussin around the campfire. It's like when that happens, I remember saying when that happens, you have to like either something really fucking bad is happening and everyone actually agrees, but probably what's happening is we're all being misdirected.
Well,
and I can't say anything of what I've learned, but I'm just saying like nobody that's watching TV knows what's happening. No one. Right now, if you're finding your own personal sources, I found some people who are streaming live stuff from the street of Ukraine, and they have these little shorts on YouTube. You can go watch these little short videos of like 30 seconds to a minute long. That's actually like legit. Like it's live at least, right? It hasn't necessarily had the opportunity to be manipulated by somebody, right? So like that's like, and this was happening with the truckers up in Canada. Like the live streams that Montana was showing, 5 of them all at one time, at least can give you some raw data. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like refined intel, but at least it's raw data. And what you're watching on TV, none of it's raw data. It is all propaganda. Over.
So Mr. Radon Antifa has joined us, so we're going to bring him in. He's done eating his Whopper that he got 2 hours ago. Here we go.
Wasn't a Whopper.
What's going on, dude?
Oh, it was a fish sandwich? All right, fish sandwich. Okay, sorry.
Hold on. There we go. No, I definitely don't eat the fish from Burger King.
Is it even fish? Does anybody really know? Is it genetically fish? Or is it just kind of technically fish, but not really?
It's fish byproduct.
It's printed fish.
Yeah, printed fish.
Yeah, something like that.
So, how you doing, Raid?
I'm awake.
Ish?
Kind of. I gotta figure out how to turn this flashing fucking light off.
Oh, yeah, now I see it. It's on your neck. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I just thought you were very angry.
Your head's not going to blow up, is it?
Yeah, I have a mute light, so when I'm muted, it flashes. Except I haven't recalibrated it to the output it needs to be connected to, so...
Wasn't it... What was it Total Recall where they had the little red orbs that flashed when they went outside the wire?
It had popped off.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm thinking Raid's outside the wire, evidently. So... So what's your thoughts on the whole Ukrainian mess, or as our wonderful president says, the Iranians? We need a pound of Iranians. What? That's a...
He said Iranians, and I'm like...
Uh-huh. For those of you that didn't watch the State of the Union address, our fearless...
Joe Biden confused Ukrainians with Iranians.
With Iranians.
Just, they all look the same.
What a jerk.
It's the neon part of it, the end of it. You put a neon on the end of it, it's all the same, right?
Yeah, he's all sorts.
They all look the same, right?
Ukrainian, Iranian, yeah.
Let's see if we can get me banned off of YouTube.
Oh, whoops.
I'm surprised you didn't say the war with uranium.
No, this is intentional.
I just realized
we're live on Facebook,
too.
Live on Twitter, live on DLive. Live on YouTube. Live on YouTube. It hasn't gone off yet.
Do you want to get banned off of YouTube?
Fucking, I don't care.
All right, sweet. So, because I'm live right now too. By the way, so COVID-19 was a fucking farce. It never was as serious as they.
Oh no! The FOVID's over, man.
Yeah, the FOVID is officially over. You don't have to wear the diaper on your face anymore. And this always works. Go take ivermectin if you get sick. Medical misinformation gets you every time.
Yeah. Zinc. If you go get some Zicam, it helps a lot to keep you from getting sick.
Exactly. What do you got, Rod?
I can help get y'all kicked off. Hey, the empirical data of the people in my squadron, more people got COVID that had the vaccination than didn't. It's just a fucking fact of my 131 troops. Over.
The vaccine is the variant.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it
More
a vaccine?
Yeah.
I haven't seen any.
That's the point.
I haven't seen any data that proves that it's a vaccine.
Well, it's a vaccine now because
it doesn't meet the parameters of a vaccine as far as
no. Now that's not true anymore because they changed the definition of what a vaccine.
Oh, that's right. You just changed the definition of the words and then it fits your narrative.
Yeah. I
forgot about that. How stupid of me. Just change the dictionary and now it's good.
Yeah, they're taking a leaf out of Obama's book. You can't see what's in the bill until you pass the bill.
Now, why would you compare Leaf and Obama together? Are you saying that he was a pot smoker?
He was smoking something.
And he wasn't passing, but he definitely inhaled.
That might have had something to do with Michael, but I digress.
Maybe it was the cigar that was left in the office. I'm just saying. Anyway. So I guess COVID is officially over because
FOVID.
Yeah, FOVID. Sorry. No, it's easier to get kicked off if you use the real name. Coronavirus 19. Coronavirus 19. Corona. Fuck you, virus 19.
Now, do you think that the private industry is going to repeal their mask mandates, such as airlines?
My employers already, well, if they had repealed the mask mandate, I'd be back working on site, not sitting in my computer and working. I don't know, because they dropped the vaccine mandate like it was a bad habit. Like as soon as the one Supreme Court case went through, the company I work for just kind of went like that meme, that gif of Homer Simpson just disappearing back into the bushes. That was my company, right? Like they're like, okay, no one sees us here. Okay, bye now. And it's like, dude, you had like 60% of us sweating it 2 weeks ago, thinking we were getting shit canned. Do you think we're just gonna go away? No, motherfucker. Start answering some questions. And like true to form morons, right? True to form corporate America retards. They set up a meeting with all of us low-level piss ants and all of the higher-ups, like at the same time. And these are the same idiots that call me and ask me for my opinion.
Oh.
The manager that was running that meeting was like, well, did you have anything to add? And I was like, huh. How do I? And she's just like, get it out. I was like, no. I was like, do you really want me to go there? I was like, with all of these people listening, do you want me to go there? Because there was like 50 or 60 people in this room, in this Teams meeting, and it's just like, are you sure? Are you sure you want me to go there? And she's like, no, this is the place to air it. And I'm like, okay, here comes.
So I can't get fired, right? I can't get fired if I say
yeah. It was like, how many times can I ask you, like, is this really where you want this information dropped? Because I'll drop it, and I will fucking like drop everyone else's jaw to the floor. But like, if you want to go there, we can go there. But I just want to make sure that you're ready for this, for what's coming. Because I'm not pulling any punches. And she's like, no, don't pull anything. She's like, this shit's recorded and it's going to the people above me. I was like,
hey, Grot.
Okay.
This is going to sound funky, but is your hand covering where your speakers come out on your phone?
There you go.
Maybe, is that better?
Yeah, we're not getting the bounce back.
Oh, Good.
Yeah, it goes out and goes right back into the microphone.
I'm learning how to use a phone.
High technology.
Yes, yeah. The man
I guess I should
Military
learn.
intelligence, people. Military intelligence.
for
What?
what the
Like the oxymoron of the fucking of the history of the world is Army intelligence.
Army intelligence? Well, yeah, like
It's right up there with like Coast Guard intel. Like the secret squirrel shit the Coast Guard had. Our joke was always like there was some puddle pirate sitting on a dinghy next to like the big Navy ship that's like, we don't need this shit anymore, throwing it over the side of the boat, right? And you got the puddle pirate down there with a net catching shit as it comes down. Oh, we haven't seen this before. Upgrade here. And like the Navy's chucking shit from like the Vietnam War, and like the Coast Guard's going, oh my god, new stuff.
Are you saying that the Coast Guard is slightly underfunded?
Obama did a really good job of that. So when Obama defunded Loran to pay for one F-35, yeah, okay. So just to put that in perspective for you, an entire year of long-range aids the navigation. Loran, it was the thing that GPS replaced, right? Except people were still using it. But we shut it down because Obama didn't want to pay for it because he wanted this F-35 that they can't land on an aircraft carrier.
I thought the whole point of the F-35 was to be able to, like, do the hover land thing.
VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing. Yeah, that's supposed to be a thing. But they crashed it into the South China Sea, didn't they?
The guy right
most
down.
expensive jet in the world with all of the sensors, all of the sensors in the world. Kerplunk.
A lot of folks might not understand the vectors that a moving ship has to deal with: the up, the down, the left, the right, the moving. Yeah. So when a plane stalls to drop down, that ship has already moved away from it.
Well,
we're ready to land by the time they land it straight to the water because the ship's already in front of them.
Yeah, but I mean a Harrier.
Yeah, so but I mean, they train for that before they send them to the South China Sea. Yeah, you don't just send the new kid. Here's your brand new $50 billion jet. Don't crash it. Here's the keys, right? Like they have keys for a jet, right? You know, here's the fucking the magic wand to be able to drive the jet, right? Look, here you go. Just don't crash it. And you got these fuckers in the Blue Angels doing stupid shit, like literally, legitimately stupid shit with jets, and then you get this person that can't land one time.
Poor Grot. He just wants to say somebody can. Of course, Grot would pick on you because the Blue Angels are Navy and yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're good. The Blue Angels are good.
He was Grot was more of the Thunder Chicken side of the world, but
fuck off,
Thundercats ho.
Hey, I pay homage to the Thunder Chickens every time I close my show. I don't want to hear it.
They are
better.
Hey,
the only jet the Coast Guard had looks like a private jet.
Oh yeah.
Which one is that?
Gulf something.
Gulfstream?
It's the Guardian. GU.
No.
GU 20-something Guardian.
Cool.
Well, and isn't that the same one that the Border Patrol?
They do like.
That's long range reconnaissance, isn't it? Offshore reconnaissance plane.
Sort of. So they use it over like the Atlantic for search and rescues because you gotta get the way the fuck out there really quick.
Is it my internet that's going to crap here?
5x5 here.
Oops, seems like one of your streams is having connection issues. Well, one of my streams is having connection issues. Gee, could I ever guess which one it is? It's either going to be DLive or YouTube. Anyway. Oh, we don't like you talking poorly about our system. Oh, no.
Well, it still says it's live on YouTube here too.
Oh. Yeah, I'm still up. All right, so which one crashed? It'd be handy if it...
I guess that answers that question.
Whoa. All
right,
then. It spun around. I don't know what happened there.
Border Patrol uses the RP-26.
Oh, okay. I know they had a Lear for a little while over here.
Yeah, the Chair Force uses
the Chair Force.
They use actual G2s.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been on that once or twice. It's a weird experience.
Now, so Grot.
We got to pool our resources and get Grot a little stand for his phone.
Oh shit! Some Bluetooth headphones, so like the sound at least stops moving.
Duct tape and baling wire. We'll make you a real nice stand.
You 3D print something that hangs from the ceiling.
I was gonna say you got a 3D printer. Come on.
I bought some posters today.
Yeah. So there was I haven't logged in since I got up, but there was probably 5 or 6 different packs ordered today.
Oh yeah. Well, you gonna drop your links or what? I got to do it for you. What
I honestly don't have the link. Deckard has it.
Oh wait a minute. So does Blonde BLQ has it.
Blonde BLQ I think has it too.
Yeah. Miss Blonde, could you drop Radon Antifa's links, because he forgot to bring his toys with him to school today, and
I didn't make the links.
For those of you that don't know, because Raid is obviously not a salesman, Raid makes these outstanding cup holders that are perfect for red pilling anybody that doesn't necessarily know what foxhole is. Do you have an example? There we go. So he has round and square. They're $15 a set. And does that include shipping, sir, or is that plus shipping?
Yeah. I mean, unless you want like priority mail.
Okay, so $15.
Yeah, the priority mail flat box adds shipping cost to it.
I gotcha. And yeah, they're just nice little casual conversation pieces that you can throw out there, and somebody goes, "Oh, what's this?" And then you can show them what it's from, or you can give them as gifts. And he only has 100 to sell, 50 a set. I think.
There's not counting the ones that are basically burn-offs, because you gotta figure out how and what and where to burn. So there's a couple of them that are just kind of scrap pieces, but for the most part, there's roughly 50 of each one. That's how the pack was. That's how the pack showed up. With the pack that I ordered was 50 round and 50 square, and going back and looking at it, somebody pointed it out this morning, like, well, how come there aren't any diamond-shaped ones? And it's like, that literally just takes it's just turn the square one. So it's like, just buy 100 square ones and make 50, and then rotate it and make another 50.
No, Smokey, it's not free shipping to Australia. Plus, Australia
anything
from the U.S.
Hey, I ordered the round ones, but they all came in upside down, so I want my money back. You sent me defective posters.
Yeah. It's the damnedest thing. Every time I buy my Copenhagen, it comes with an upside down lid, and then I just do that.
Right. One of the things that always bugged the hell out of me with Copenhagen is like I'm one of those people that has that tick where like labels and shit have to line up. So before I could ever tap the can, I had to rotate the lid to make it line up, like, because that's the kind of I am when it comes to being anal retentive about labels lining up. So the same way with coffee. Like if I go get coffee at a coffee shop and they put that sleeve on it, I have to like disassemble the whole thing and have it all line up and then put it back together.
So you're not obsessive compulsive, right?
OCD much?
Dude, I 3D printed a contraption so that I can just drop these coasters into it, so I don't have to worry about where it goes on the thing, so that it's like perfectly centered on the coaster. But no, I'm not OCD at all.
Yeah, so here, I'll mess with you.
I honestly think it's one of those things I picked up in boot camp, because it's like I have this internal fucking ingraining that every combination lock on my property is set to 0.
Just
all
because?
Of them. All of them. Like even the safe in my bedroom, 0. Because how many people come through and try a combination and then set it back to 0 when they're done? Oh, that combination didn't work. Move on to the next lock.
Ah, so that's your tattletale of who fucked with your locks.
Kind of like in that one movie with Bruce Willis in it. He put a beer bottle upside down on the front door. I would do that, except I have a nosy fucking dog that can't leave things alone. Be 3 o'clock in the morning. The dog yelps and runs. Like,
you seem to okay. So there, I made you feel better. There, I'll line it all up for you. There you go.
it's not my can.
I used to. So in the auto industry, we had this. You have the finance department, which is the F&I department, finance and insurance. And 9 times out of 10, you hire women for that role because you're selling inanimate objects for a high price, so like an extended warranty for $3 or $4 grand. Can't touch it, can't feel it, but you can stare at her boobs while you sign the paperwork. So we would put them in there. I found out that the gal that was in there was, first off, her number sucked. She couldn't sell anything to anyone. But I found out that she was OCD. This was before I was into upper management, so I could still screw with people without being fired. So I went in, and all of those little tri-fold brochures that they hand you in that office for all the shit that they offer. I took all of her. This was so mean. I took all of the trifolds out and spun them around on her desk in like a fan shape. You put your fist in the center of it and start turning, and they fan out. None of them were lined up, and I left like 6 piles of these on her desk and walked away. She literally quit that day crying. So I got the F&I spot, so what the hell?
We had an E7 that hated fake plants. Just fucking hated them. Hated fake plants. So he went to the base one morning for an E7 meeting. And I went into the XO's office and I was like, "Sir, I need the keys to your cage," because we had supply cages in the basement. And he just looks at me. He's like, "Doesn't the SK have a key?" I'm like, "Yes, sir, but he won't give it to me." He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Well, Senior Chief," and I gave him the guy's name. I was like, "doesn't like fake plants. I like where this is going. Here's the keys." Gave me the keys to his office because that's where the bulk of the unit's fake plants were housed. They were in the XO's supply cage. Don't beat me to the punchline, Krusty. So we went into the cage and we pulled every single fake plant out of the XO's cage, and we stuck them into this E7's office, E8's office actually. So we put them all into this E8's office. And then we continued going around the unit and collecting the rest of the fake plants. We found every single fake plant in the entire building and crammed them into his closet-sized office. And then I went on my iPad and I downloaded Jungle Sounds. And I had it playing Jungle Sounds underneath his desk on speakers. And I had gone to Radio Shack before it wasn't Radio Shack anymore. And I had bought a bunch of those You Build It cricket sets. So when you turn the lights off, it chirps. So when he thought he got all them fake plants out, there was still a chirp going on because I had stuck it on the top of his desk in the back. So we closed his door and locked it. Now, once it's locked, there's only 3 people in the building that can open that door that were still in the building. He's the 4th with the key, right? So there's 3 other people that can open that. The XO, whose keys I already had. The CO. And well, no, there's 4 more because Ops had a key too. So the 3 in command, right? The 3 in the main 3 in command, plus the watch officer. So the chief comes back from his mess, and he's just fucking pissed. He opens his door, he's like, "Motherfucker!" Slams the door, walks away, and I'm like, "Oh, here we go." And I watched him storm out of the shop, and I was like, "All right, he's going upstairs." So I called the watch officer. I was like, "Really quick, Senior Chief, whatever's coming, and he's pissed. Just roll with it. I'll explain later." And I hung up the phone. So he comes out with this guy I had just called and hung up on, who's looking at me and he's like, what the fuck did I just sign up for? And this guy opens his door. He's like, what, you want to tell me what the fuck's going on here? And he's like, dude, I have no idea. It's fucking funny though. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea what happened. I was not involved in this at all. But that's awesome. And he walks. So he goes and gets the ops boss. The ops boss is like, look, man, I don't know what happened. I heard you yelling at the other guy. I don't know what happened. I'm going back to work. You guys just figure it out and leave me alone. So he goes and gets the XO. And the XO comes back. He's like, I thought you didn't like fake plants. And he walks away. It's like, we got away with this. And he finally turns around and looks at me. He's like, this was you, wasn't it? I was like, how would you know it was me? He's like, because everybody was fucking in on it. No one was like, oh yeah, it was that guy. I'm like, that's because I was calling ahead of you.
Well, so we had a gentleman. We had a gentleman that used to come to work, rather tipsy, let's say. Smelled like rotten booze every day. And he was a salesman. He was a starter salesman. So, of course, we didn't trust him to drive rigs, nothing like that. And I informed him that he needed to go home and take a shower, and he argued with me. So when he was at lunch, he had these bookshelves in his office, and there was actually nothing in the bookshelves. And we proceeded to take balloons. And if you've ever been around a detail department in an auto dealership, we have these really large cans of aerosol odor eaters, basically. You know, new car smell, leather smell, all that kind of stuff that makes you think that you're buying something that's clean. And they're high pressure, so it kind of can embed into the carpet as you're spraying it. They're high pressured enough to also inflate balloons. So we filled all of his shelves with balloons full of car freshener. Then took thumbtacks and glued them in front of the balloons, right below that lip that you can't really see. And as he was getting pissed off and reaching in and pulling the balloons out, about the second one went boom, third one went boom, fourth one went boom. The last one at the very bottom, we filled it with shredder paper. So, he was not very happy, but he did get the message that, he needed to smell like a human when he came to work. So, yeah, we always have fun. Krusty, I figured you were ready to come back. I saw you pop up on camera. So Mr. Grott, you're going to be taking off early a little bit, it sounds like.
Yeah, my godfather showed up. He's here from Arizona, so I figured I could sneak away for an hour and then.
Oh, different godfather. Okay.
Kinda. He's a badass like him.
Oh, okay. Does he come running into your room and tell you that he wants you to meet his little friend? All right, sir. Well, you can't say much about some of the topics that we talk about, but I appreciate what you can say. And I mean this more than ever. Stay safe.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Hey, good to see you, fam. Love y'all. See you.
Have a great weekend, Grott. Take care, buddy.
Hey, you too.
All right. Poor Mr. Grotness. And it is 8 o'clock, so now is a good time for us to take kind of a break anyway and stretch our legs.
Yeah.
And I got about 4 minutes and 30 seconds of pure humor for you, so everybody... Oh, look at that. He's got the don't fuck with me vest on. Look at
that. I actually put...
Control Pew.
So this is Control Pew is one of the guys on Twitter.
For now,
the only place I know for sure that he's on is Twitter. So he's on Twitter, and he's one of the places you go to get the files to 3D print guns. That's why it says I'm a Fed at the bottom. So the FCG 9, fuck gun control 9. It's one of the places you go get the files for it. I'm one of his Patreon subscribers, and at the beginning of 2021, no, at the beginning of 2020, he was like, "Hey, patches are out." I ordered 3 of them, and the only one that's actually on anything is the one that's on the talk.
Hi, Daily.
You're on.
No, Joe Biden.
Too low.
No, she was right there.
No,
there
she was right. She's just got to go a little to her left. There you go. See? There you go. Fuck Joe Biden.
All right. And Mr. Grotness, thank you for the cookie. Grot, you really don't have to give when you're a person on panel, but I appreciate it. In other words, knock it off. But we're going to fire up the break here, and we will be back in just over 4 minutes, folks. So have a little fun, sit back, relax, and go get yourself a new adult beverage that's a little colder than the one you have in your hand right now. See ya. Well, let's try that again.
It's vegan because it's strawberry milk and not like cow milk. You know what I mean?
Did he say fucking vegan milk?
Show me the fucking udder on a strawberry.
Is this the shit you guys do every Sunday?
Yeah, basically.
Where you going?
I'm done with fucking internet. I got a shit.
What?
Turn off?
My biggest turnoff is facial hair.
Where the fuck's he going? Where are you going?
I'm gonna go buy a beard on Amazon.
Where are you going?
I got a shit.
Realize that it can cost up to $100,000 for a tractor.
What would 100 grand buy you?
The fucking tires. I got a shit.
Oink, oink. Swing. Hey! Ah! Oh! Crunch, crunch, crunch. Rar. Bing! Nah. Kraken. Swing! Oh! Ah! Swing. C'est de Flossenburger. Feuergenamen sind de Feuer. Kraken. Feuer. Yeah. I'll take it. Oh, Leichenburger. Für Baby. Hey, boom.
Meow Meow Wigglebutt is telling you right now, not touchy touchy, and you're about to win a one-way ticket to Scritchy Scratchy Land, so you should stop.
Like, do it like that.
Better work. Oh, so y'all thought this shit was over?
Maverick was inverted! That is the most American shit that I've ever seen in my life. Like, the only thing that would be cooler is if they took a plane and did that next to it. Just whoop, woo!
I'm gonna be honest, I probably would have worn my brown pants for the day because David Hisselhoff stands as tall as you do. And he told you, now touchy, and you still touched him. And I'm look, man, if the snake is as tall as you are, you probably shouldn't fuck with it. Let's just be honest.
Can I? Baby?
No! Dang it, I've already told you once. I've got a woman. I'm not your baby, okay? Go, stop. You scared the piss out of me. Now go sit down and I'll make you tacos.
Sometimes you end up getting where you want to go and then find out when you get there that you don't want to be where you're at. And then you feel like this is all just a waste of time. But just remember, if you never got there, then you'd always be wanting to get there, and then you don't know you don't want to be there until you get there. So sometimes you just got to go where you don't want to go. Just know that that's not where you want to be. Okay. Have a super freaking awesome rest of your day and stuff. Okay, bye.
That was a pretty good one, man. I like it.
You folks
Good
found
work.
that a little humorous.
Good work.
Hope you have a really super freaking awesome day.
If a snake stands up as tall as you, David Hisselhoff said.
David Hisselhoff said, "No touchy touchy," and you still touchy.
We're doomed. We're doomed, man.
So
grab the party balloons, jump aboard.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Joe. So a friend of mine called today, and he was a little distraught, just because, of course, he watched the news the last like 3 or 4 days, and it kind of concerns me on where he's at, because I think a lot of people are getting to the point where he was at, and I'm trying to avoid that point. He's at the point of, I don't fucking care. I'm going to worry about me and fuck the rest. And that's
not a good way to go.
No, it's not. But I can understand where he's coming from too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so yeah, we talked about how, wheat is doing wonderful. Hey, look at that. All right. How wheat is going through the roof. But there's another side to that. Cattle's going down out through the floor. Cattle market is shit right now. Price dropped over. Oh yeah, Mr. Raid. I know you were looking to have a. Was it a whole cow or you were in half cow? What were you looking for?
Looking for half cow.
Half cow. Well, I might know where you can get your hands on one. You'd have to travel to get it, but. Hey, it's not my fault you live in Commie, Oregon.
I didn't pick the state. I told them when they hired me I would rather work in Arizona.
Well, now you can go to, in there
Fucking
somewhere.
Arizona.
Well, out east where they're opening a new one.
Maybe.
Well, that one, yeah. Anyway, let's see. Sorry, it was full screen. What are we baking? That was a rack of ribs. Half baked already. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, if you're looking to punch into some cattle, pretty soon here, most ranchers out there will be more than happy to sell you a whole beef.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, there's places here I can go get beef. It's like 6 hours to get it.
No.
So there's a family friend that lives a ways south that owns I think they have a cattle farm. I know I know they have cattle because my mother's told me to get a cow from them. But I feel like they have other animals too. I don't think it's just cows.
It's an old McDonald's scenario.
I could believe that, yeah. Well, I mean, I grew up around this person and her husband.
Like
When
they
you
lived
said
in
down
housing.
south, first thing I thought of was Medford area.
It's not that far south.
Oh, okay. There's a lot of ranching going on down there.
Yeah, but as far west as I am, it may as well be in Medford, because I still have to go over the Cascades to get into the valley to shoot down the valley.
Okay. CZ, I wish I could bring that comment up. He says, then why is beef so expensive? Every cattle rancher in the world is asking that question right now. Got to remember, the rancher ain't the one that sells you the box beef.
Nope.
Yeah. Going to your Kroger store is not. It's not where you're not getting your beef from someone local. They're freighting that in from somewhere else.
Yeah, and most of it's Australia.
One way or the other, it comes in frozen.
Yeah.
Then they thaw it to cut it, and then they freeze it again.
Mm-hmm.
Like where I used to live in Alaska, we never got truly fresh produce. All of our fruit and everything was frozen at least twice before it made it to the shelf.
Delicious.
And then you paid 3 times the money for it because of transportation.
Yeah.
Getting it to Alaska.
It's expensive to get here. No, it's not.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Perpetual worker, yep. We get it from Packers. Yeah, and in the United States, can anyone tell me how many large meat packing companies are there in the United States?
Today's time, I have no idea how few are left. Yeah, 4.
Now, mind you, that handles all poultry, all pork, and all beef. There's 4.
So there's your Coke and Pepsi, your choices.
Well, it's more of a, hey, buddy, how much are you selling yours for? Oh, okay, well, we'll match the price. How much are you going to sell yours for? Oh, well, he's selling it higher, so we'll match the price of these 3 guys. Oh, they price fix. I mean...
Yeah, and the fun part is price fixing is actually... They have laws against that.
Yeah.
It's unlawful.
It's antitrust laws. That's what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, but
it's also in violation of monopoly laws. You can't take the entire industry and hone it down to 1 or 2 players. But somehow they do. I guess they just got the old dictionary out, scratched out some words, and redefined them, didn't they?
Yeah.
Exactly.
We got the law book out. We don't have to pay attention to that one.
Well, it's not price fixing if you don't actually make the phone call. You know, if you just happen to come across a sell sheet that they're using.
No, it's just we, the people, getting fucked, and everybody's rolling over and taking it. And I think that's what aggravates me the most. It aggravates most people of common sense. People have some deductive reasoning in their head, critical thinking skills, those sorts of things. It's like, you know, we, the people, are the majority.
What's that?
We're getting screwed by the minority, and everybody just rolling over and taking it. Just rolling over, complaining, but not doing a damn thing about it.
Critical thinking? What's that?
I don't know. I heard that in a small children's book once. I think it's called.
It sounds a lot like situational awareness.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second.
Could be. I don't think there's a lot of that stuff left anymore.
No.
Been bred out of society.
Sorry, my wife had to use me for the only thing that she knows how to use me for, my hand strength.
You had to open a pickle jar?
That humidifier. Don't forget the price increases in everything involved in farming. Oh, absolutely. Hey! Raid, look who's back over on Foxhole. Hey, guys.
Hey, it's our buddy Freddie.
Yeah, I want you to leave him alone. Nobody.
I was just gonna knock him out of there, but we'll see.
No, leave him alone. We're just gonna let him go for a while. See what kind of catchy, intellectual comments he can make for the folks here on Foxhole.
Well, 12-year-olds usually have a lot of good things to say.
What's that, Raid?
I said, I don't know. It was pretty dry last time.
Yeah, no, it wasn't his normal catchy self.
Yeah, it's like you've set a bar and you failed to perform.
Yeah.
Like, those were rookie numbers. You got to do better.
At least he could donate a cookie every time he throws something out there. You know, put his mouth where his brain isn't.
So I'm in here and I'm curious. We've been talking a lot and we've been discussing about people getting prepared. And I truly want to know, for just my own self-interest here, who out there is actually preparing, and how are you preparing? In all the chats, I want to see Who's actually been listening? Because, yeah, I've gotten to the point where I just play music now. It's easier. It's more fun. I don't have to bang my head into, news all the time.
But the news is fake. I mean, the problem is people are watching the news. Like you said, your buddy's watching the news and he's getting real depressed. And the first thing he said is, it's all fake.
Yeah.
So his misery is by deception.
See, this is what I like about Freddie. He's not just down on everybody's chat that he pops into. He even attacks himself. He says, I fail to perform all the time.
It's not something you admit, man.
Freddie, are you a married man, Freddie? Not for long, bud.
I don't think 12-year-olds can get married, man. Can they?
Oh,
maybe in some states.
What was that, Utah?
Yeah, in some states, I think it's still legal.
Buying extra can and paper.
But I don't think getting married to a man is legal in Utah either.
or is that Arkansas? It's either Arkansas or Utah.
Hey, Pam, if I can suggest one thing, kudos to you for buying extra canned goods and paper goods every time you go shopping, but start looking at some of your staples, too. Because let me tell you, food really sucks when you don't have salt. Let's see. Nothing is happening. No need to stock up. Okay, cool. Freddie, I'm glad you're not stocking up, buddy.
Good luck with that, bud.
More for the rest of us.
Well,
he's got McDonald's. He's not worried about it.
Well, I mean, if he's not stocking up, that means there's more ammo for the rest of us.
There's a blue pill for
I don't think he's old enough to own a firearm.
Oh, I bet you Freddie's old enough. I'm betting Freddie's probably about 30 years old. Never held a job.
Basement.
Probably still lives in mommy's basement.
Yeah. Damn it, Mom. I'll shower when I'm good and ready.
I just want to know, you got to be a pretty good, you got to know your keyboard real well, because when it's all covered in Cheeto dust and you can't see the symbols and the letters, he's probably real good at typing.
I don't know, man. I haven't looked at a keyboard to type in a couple of years.
No, I'm done giving him attention. That's why he's here.
Oh, I have fun with Freddie. Freddie's fun. Freddie's like when the... Yeah, it's kind of like
on a retarded child. That's not fair.
Well... Isn't it
though? He's the joke that keeps on giving, though.
Yeah. I mean, he's been nicely told to go away quite a few times.
Yeah.
He chooses not to.
I was even nice to him to begin with, and then he tried to bring my mother into shit, and it's like, dude, my mom will eat your ass for breakfast and then spit out the bones when she's fucking done.
Why don't you go?
My mother's not the one to take pot shots at. She'll fuck your world up. When I was in kindergarten, my mother pinned the principal and two of his secretaries to a wall over a pair of glasses. Fuck with my mom.
What is Smokey Randy says, I live next to salt water. As long as there's sunshine, I have salt. Well, yeah, you prick. I don't.
I'm not far. I'm not far from the ocean. I could go get some salt.
I'm far enough away that it might be salt by the time I got back home. But
boil it over that diesel exhaust, you'll be fine.
Oh, ooh. I mean, I love the smell of diesel. Don't get me wrong.
It'll only smell bad if it's a dirty diesel.
Well, 4-inch straight from the turbo back. Is that dirty?
Well, it definitely doesn't have the sheep's piss involved.
No. The tank's not even there anymore.
Oh man, so when we bought, when the fire department I was with bought the new ambulance that we got, when they got the first new one, they've since replaced the other two. But when we got the first new ambulance and it had that urea system on it, everybody with the department's like, fuck, I hope I'm not the first person that has to add sheep's piss to that. Like, I don't want to be the guy that has to add the death fluid, because the department policy was you had to wash the ambulance before, which didn't make any sense to me at all, but you had to wash the ambulance before, then fill the death tank, and there was no way of telling how much it actually took, because they didn't tell us how big the tank was, and like how much fit in the tube. So we were just hanging out with like fucking boxes of this shit from Walmart with that accordion extender hose out of it, trying to not make a mess on the side of the ambulance. And then you had to wash it when you were done. And it wasn't like just wash the panel that could have potentially gotten the urea on it. No, it was wash the whole fucking ambulance. Like the top of the ambulance. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Why? Why do I need to get on a ladder to climb on the back of an ambulance to wash the top of an ambulance for something that was down by the front door?
Well, but it could have splashed. Vertically.
Are you one of those people that thinks that the river that goes down on both sides of the mountain are the same river?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it has to be because the Earth is flat, so it's all just one river.
Water doesn't flow uphill.
Well, yeah, but it starts at the top. See, it's like a geyser. It goes up to the mountain, then comes out and goes down. That's not how it works.
The same source body does not make the same river.
You realize I'm just fucking with you, right?
I had a legitimate conversation with somebody about that recently, where they're like, "Yeah, I used to think this was the same river as the other side."
Oh, you think that's fun? So the Missouri that I live right next to, for a short period of time, runs north.
Right.
You want to talk about something that confuses the holy hell out of every tourist? You tell them to go downriver, and they head up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, you're fighting current. Something should tell you that that's not down. Just saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they get lost up there, and then search and rescue's got to go out and find them because they ditched their freaking boat on a sandbar. And yeah, it's great fun.
Dude, the sandbars out here move.
Oh yeah,
they
like
so I'm off of a bay that has a huge amount of water movement in it. Like they tell you it's listed as one of the deadliest bays on the coast. So when the tide comes in, if we get like a king tide, it comes up over the wall. Like the water, yeah, like the water comes up, it clears the whole beach, and then it comes up the barrier on the other side of the beach, and it actually fills the parking lot. Mm-hmm. So it's like when shit gets high here, when you get a king tide here, it's like town might go missing. And like the last couple of weeks, we had a lot of rain, and it filled the river, filled the lake, filled the river, filled the sluices. So the sluices were overflowing their barriers, going around the barriers and filling the road. I was just waiting for the fucking concrete barrier to give up like it did in Katrina and just have take out the fucking bridge or something. So it's like you go around and it's like you can tell the locals from the people that don't come through town a lot, because like the locals are the ones that are like, all right, we got 1 lane on a 5-lane road. Everyone take your turn. And then you get like the people from out of town where like they're driving their car through 3 feet of water, and it's like,
oh, that's always fun.
If you get stuck, I'm not getting out of the truck. I'm just going to get behind you, put it in gear, and push you out of the way.
Yeah, it's only fair. Don't want to get your pant legs wet.
Piss poor planning on your part should not constitute an emergency on mine.
That's hard to say that when you used to be an EMT, though.
No, it's not.
You didn't take your Hippocratic whatever thingy?
Oh, yeah. Everybody did.
I know.
We all did. But there still comes a point where stupid should hurt.
Well, that's true.
It doesn't necessarily need to be physically painful. It can be financially painful.
Yeah, good point.
You should park your heap of shit in the middle of a puddle.
So you live like right next to that whole Cascadia subduction zone type thing going on.
Sure.
That big ass fault line that might go poop and then everything disappears like almost.
No, I think we're a little bit north of that.
Are you north of it?
Yeah, I feel like that fault ends somewhere around Humboldt County.
Oh. I was gonna say, because it kind of comes down and around and hooks up with the San Andreas, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, kind of, not really, but kind of.
Yeah.
Fractures.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the bigger fault lines. Yeah, so the San Andreas being one of the bigger fault lines, to a degree, everything kind of comes back and connects to it. Yeah. To a degree. I don't think where I'm at, we get a lot of earthquakes. I say that, and like the microchip manufacturers, out here, because there are more than one. The microchip manufacturers out here, they do build their, they take their seismic relief very, very seriously. Like, very seriously. The springs before they're compressed can be feet long, and then they get compressed, and it's like it's down to like, and that's the spring that's holding like the power cabinets to the floor, not even the ones holding the tools down. The tools, you don't even see the support for the tools. It's built into the building.
Wow.
It's one of those things. What? So it's one of those things where it's supposed to be so seismically sound that you could drop a bomb next to it, and you shouldn't be able to notice. And I say that knowing that they had a breeze in the clean room. Like, they've yet to explain to me how the wind outside of the building affected the core of the, not even like the outer edge of the core of the clean room. How did that breeze get through all of that facility and into the center of the clean room? How? But I was dealing with failures for like 3 weeks straight cleaning up the mess.
Did they smoke check the building?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the first thing I would have done is light off a smoke bomb. See where it just, or anything, even a match, and just follow it. Following it, find out where it's coming from.
It's
could have been
not
a
really
leaking.
that easy with the size
Could have been a
of the
leak in
facility we're talking
ductwork. Yeah, it could have been something as simple as a leak in ductwork.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if a clean room, you're not going to have a lot of ductwork in it. I mean, because dust is an issue.
Shouldn't it be
No.
self-contained?
So the clean room is almost like fully encapsulated. It's
it'd be self-contained. Yeah,
it's positively pressured so that it forces air out. So how did you have air make it past that positive pressure into the structure? The structure. Okay, because the entire building, the entire structure is positively pressured. When you put your hand on the front door to open the front door, it helps you open the door. That's how positively pressured this building is. So you open the door, and the breeze was strong enough to go over that positive pressure through the entire building to the even more positively pressured clean room, and somehow affected my tool set.
It's an act of God.
That's fucking what I said. Like, the engineers and I were talking about it, I'm like, I was like, time out. How does that happen? It's just, I don't.
It's called FM, fucking magic.
There was a ghost in the clean room that walked by and caught the cold wind.
Wait, we had a ghost that haunted our jail I worked at. Randomly in the middle of the night, the toilet would flush itself. Yeah.
Kind of an odd thing for a ghost to do. Of course, I guess it's a jail cell. What are you going to do?
Tap on the
throw
pipes,
anything,
right?
I mean,
there's nothing to throw. Yeah.
Let's see. How can I get their attention? Oh, I know. Skadoosh.
Yeah. Yeah. How do I wake up the entire facility? Here, let me flush this toilet. Because you flush one toilet on one part of the jail, and it's heard everywhere.
Well, it's a slight echo chamber. I mean...
No, it's not a slight echo chamber. It's a giant upside-down steel cage. So it literally is an echo chamber.
Mm-hmm. I had an uncle of mine that used to build them. He actually built the maximum security miners prison in South Dakota. Yeah, we got
Miner, like kid prison, right?
Yeah, like under 18, but the ones that I killed my mom and dad and sister and brother, and I meant to do it, and those kids, yeah, they were the ones that showed. You know, the little psycho bastards that at like 4 years old put their 19 months brother or sister in the oven and turned it on.
Yeah.
Those ones.
There's some demented fucking kids in this world. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got lucky when it came to housing kids. We didn't really. And the one time a kid came through, It was like you're saying, like he was like 12 and shot his friend in the face with a 12 gauge. Like straight up Dick Cheney'd this kid. But the kid survived.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, at that point, I'd rather just die.
Yeah. Yeah. So they had to keep bringing this kid back to where we were at for court appearances. But they could never bring him in if they couldn't get back out. So if they were supposed to take off from the mainland and they didn't know if the flight was gonna be able to come back, it's not necessarily a jet. Depends on how they were flying. But if they didn't know that the flight would be able to come back, they just wouldn't take off. And we'd get a phone call and have to call the court and be like, "Hey, you're either gonna have to do telephonic court or you're gonna have to reschedule because he ain't coming." But he was never in our facility for more than like 10 or 12 hours at a time.
So we
had
the
state guys would leave at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning if they had to. Just like, fuck this. Our plane will fly when we want it to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so I can tell you actually what what brought up him building this facility. So Plankington, South Dakota used to house all the, what do you want to call it? Maximum security minor individuals. But it was basically a boys and girls school. I mean, it was not built to be a prison. It was kind of turned into one because, I mean, it's kids. You never think that they're going to get that fucked up. But, so the the town that I grew up in is 12 miles from Plankington. And it's flat ground. I mean, you can walk it fairly quick. And we had 3 young individuals escape from that facility. And they made their way to our hometown. And they made their way to my neighbor's farm. And he called me. And I can honestly say, well, this would be the second time that I've ever used a firearm in conjunction of stopping a crime. But so the dipshits, if you know anything about a farm, if you ever need to steal a vehicle, find a farm, because I guarantee you the keys are in the ignition. These goofy bastards were hiding out waiting to kidnap one of the family members and force them to drive the vehicle. Now, mind you, all of the vehicles had keys in them. They could have just got in and left. But my neighbor heard them outside of his house talking, and he said, "Hey, you around the house?" I said, "Yeah." And I'm quarter mile from him. I mean, our driveways are fairly close. He said, "Got a shotgun close by?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Can you make your way over to the house?" I'm like, "What the fuck am I doing?" He says, "Well, there's 2 kids talking outside. I don't know where the third one is." And he said, "I think they're the kids from Plankington." So I kind of go over there fairly quietly in the pickup, you know, pull into the yard, had my lights off, and as I turned my lights on, they're standing about 20 yards from his front door, and they scatter like rats. Funniest damn thing I ever seen. These kids really thought they were going to get away with something, I guess. So I call him up. I said, "All right, I'm here. Bring your shotgun out. We're going to go kid hunting." He goes, "What?" I said, "We're going to go kid hunting." All right. So he comes out the door with a shotgun. I got my little frickin' handheld battery-operated spotlight, and we just start walking the tree line. Well, there was 2 rows of wild plum bushes. And these dumb shits thought it'd be a great idea to hide in the wild plum bushes. Well, if you ever been in them son of a bitches, they're really hard to get out of. Yeah, exactly. So these goofy fuckers plunge into these bushes, and you just hear screaming. We're like, "Huh, okay." I flick my light on, point it over there, and here's 3 kids mangled into these wild plum bushes, and here's 2 of us standing with shotguns trained on them.
They would be better off in handcuffs at that point.
Yeah, I said, "Are you
That'd
going to
be a
call
lot
the
better
sheriff
for
or
them as handcuffs over plum bushes. Man, those things will rip you up.
Oh, so I, looked at him. I said, "You going to call the sheriff or you want me to?" And he says, "I don't think they're going anywhere." He says, "If you got your phone on you." Yeah, he says, "Mine's back at the house." So I called up our local Mountie, and he comes down and grabs these kids out, and they were cut from fucking one end to the other of their, their arms, their face, their neck. Everything was just bleeding. He's like, the one kid goes, "Man, are you going to get us a doctor?" And swear to God, the sheriff looks at him and goes, "Fuck no, get in the car." Threw him in the car and back to Plankington they went. So
Fuck
the next
no,
year,
get in the car.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck no, get in the car. So next year, my uncle got the contract on building this maximum security. And when we toured it, the whole inside was 4-inch thick glass. There was no bars because they wanted to be able to see what the kids were doing. And it was set up like a honeycomb. So they had the main office in the center and then these honeycomb-shaped cells all the way around. Yeah. I looked at that one. Fuck you. I don't ever want to be in this place. Man, that'll scare you straight in a hurry. So I'm thinking, if this is the kid one, I don't want to know what the adult one looks like.
Yeah.
But it got interesting. Oh, see, Miss Blonde BLQ wouldn't hear a ghost story. Oh, there's a few of them out there.
Yeah, I don't have any good ghost stories. I've never been through anything that myself. I've got stories from other people, but none of my own.
Yeah, I mean, I've had bodies move that shouldn't have moved, but like, as far as ghost stories go, that's about all I got. It's that flushing toilet.
Like you're thinking nerve twitching kind of bodies move, or?
Yeah. I picked the guy's right arm up to put the stickers on it to confirm he was dead, and his left arm flopped over. Like, flopped over.
Oh.
And the TV was going in the background, and it's like I heard voices behind me, his arm moved, and then the cop came back in the door, and I was like, "Don't you fucking assholes ever leave me alone with a dead body again."
Give me the 0, I'm done, you can fucking haul it.
Yep. And like the lead medic that was on the ambulance, he was the one that was supposed to be doing what I was doing. It was his job. I wasn't like legitimately wasn't trained to do what I was doing. But it was an extended scope of practice trained to me by my captain, so it was kosher. So I got to put the stickers on. Someone else had to read the thing. They taught me how to put the stickers on and push the button to get the lead printout to come out, and then someone else had to come over and go, "Yep, they're dead," which seems asinine because it's like it's a straight fucking line, dude. Like anybody can tell if there's a little blip in that, we got to work. Like, come on, I'm not stupid. Come on. But like. I put that right lead on, and it was like that left arm flopped over, and I'm like, I don't have a gun, and it moves. This isn't cool. And like I'm fumbling around for pocket knives and shit, and I'm like,
getting ready to stab a dead man.
Fucking move, bitch, move. Do it again. Like the cop comes back in, and she just looks at me. She's like, "Fuck's wrong with you?" Because we had worked together before. Like. We had worked at the jail together before, so she knew what kind of experience and training I had, and she just looked at me and she's like, "The fuck's wrong with you?"
Dead guy.
Fuckers ever leave me alone with a dead body again? Damn it!
Only if the son of a bitch is in pieces. That's the only time you can leave.
If half is here and half is there, then you can leave me. But come on now.
Oh, I've had plenty of guys freak out. First year hunting, and when you go down and split the pelvis, how the hind legs will retract, trying to get away from the knife. It's like, no, dude.
Yeah, relax.
Yeah, you just split it all the way open and cut its jugular and pulled it half out. I think you're safe. I don't think it's getting up on you.
You would think. But weird shit happens and things move that shouldn't move.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can get really gruesome. If you want to get into slaughter, because I went to school to actually be a butcher. I shouldn't laugh, but you have to laugh at this kind of shit or it drives you literally insane.
Especially with people.
Well, yeah. Luckily, this wasn't a person, but we had a cow walk in. And in the slaughter rooms, everything is stainless steel. So they come in. Yeah, she walked in. They're not dead right away. What?
Okay.
What?
I mean,
because
you're talking about butchering an animal and a cow walked in.
Well, Not that kind of cow. Now stop. Well, she's out in the holding pen. She walks in. They hit the head catch. Everything locks up. We're good to go. Everything's solid. And there was, this was when we were at school, mind you, training to do this kind of stuff. And the kid that's doing it, we all took our turns at different positions. You had the knocker, which is the guy that basically killed the cow. Then you had a bleeder, the guy that cuts the little jugular vein up here when they're upside down, so all the blood comes out and you don't get blood spots.
The little jugular vein.
Well, yeah, it's like yay big around. I mean, it's like the size of a quarter, and it runs a lot of blood out really fast. But Miss Blonde BLQ, mute. So this young man that was like 96 pounds, probably soaking wet, thought he was going to be a big time butcher. Now, mind you, he's like 5'1" and about the size of my thigh. So he grabs the knocking gun and he runs over and he's just all sorts of excited. And he does. So if you ever want to kill an animal, folks, I know nobody wants to. Plugging ears. Yeah, I know. There's a line that you can draw, and it's called the eye to ear, and you hit the cross. So left eye to right ear, right eye to left ear. And wherever that cross line is where you put the knocking gun and squeeze the trigger. Hits the frontal lobe of the brain where all the stuff takes, actions where they can breathe and all that kind of stuff, and all done. So he knocks this cow, and she does all the things that she's supposed to do. Eyes roll back, feet go out, last breath goes out, looks good to go. So there's a drop table that they're standing on, so we kick the drop table out. Cow comes rolling out. We put the chain around one hind hock, and up in the air she goes. I, on this go-round, happen to be in the bleeder position. So cow goes up in the air, and basically you use this little bitty knife that looks like a paring knife. I mean, it's not very big. You don't want to screw anything up. And you go in right about at this little collarbone area right here, and you reach up as far as you can with that knife, and you give it a little twist and pull it out. And shit starts to happen when you do that. But so he knocks this cow. She comes out. We get her in the air. Just as her nose clears the concrete, she wakes up. I have now a 2,200-pound cow, because she's not gutted, anything like that yet. She is now live, very angry, and hanging by one hoof from a fucking chain hoist, and is extremely upset with me being in front of her. So at this point, I'm going, oh shit, what do I do? So I'm yelling at the kid that knocked it to hand me the knocking gun, and I'm trying to get a hold of this cow and stop her from spinning so I can knock her. That was not working. So, of course, I'm kind of a bigger feller, so, of course, the bulldogger kicks in on me, and I go around her neck, lift her head up in the air, at this point opening my back up to front hooves, and I start slamming a fucking knocking gun on her head over and over and over again while she's kicking the living fuck out of my back. Luckily, about the fifth one finally ends her. I grab my knife, go up inside, bleed her out. She was so fucking purple. Now, when I say purple, I mean the meat. Because there's a little situation that happens when something like that goes on. It's called a rush of adrenaline that goes into that meat. That's that fight or flight that they all talk about. At that point, she couldn't fight. She had to fight. So her body went, pushed all the adrenaline in. The meat was so fucking tough, it was like shoe leather. So now we get to explain to this rancher that spent 8 months prepping this cow and getting her fed up to be butchered that the meat is inedible and what that poor cow went through. So tonight, when you're sitting down with your dinner and you're cooking up that steak, just think of that poor cow that was hanging from a chain and swinging around like no tomorrow, and I'm beating the shit out of her with a knocking gun. Good night, everybody. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, that's what goes on. That's traumatic. Yeah, it was traumatic for the cow. It wasn't traumatic for me. Now, the funniest one to do is sheep. Oh my God. If you want to butcher lamb, it's fucking hilarious. They have such a hard head that you actually can't knock them in the normal spot, the eye to ear. So you have to go in the back right here. Well, the sadistic person in you realizes that the best way to get them to put their head up like that, you know what happens when you pet a dog underneath their chin? And their neck stretches out and they do this number? And sheep do the same thing. So the last thing they remember is, oh, that feels good. Pigs, fucking hate doing pigs. You can keep your fucking pigs. Somebody else can butcher those. That's why my hand's fucked up. I broke my hand knocking a hog. The bolt got stuck in its head and it laid down. Well, what you were talking about of that, movement after death. Yeah. Try having a 300-pound hog bounce around on your fucking arm. That's a great feeling. Raid, you're still muted.
Yeah, the involuntary spasms.
Yeah. And it just, one thing it broke, like these two bones. That's why those two knuckles kind of disappear when I flatten my hand out. And, I have a barometer built into my hand now. It hurts every time it's going to rain or snow. But, so that's what we go through to bring the humanities food. Everyone should tour a slaughter plant just so you can see what actually goes into it.
But you don't want to smell it. I've been in one.
Oh,
man. Yeah. It's rough. It's really rough.
Actually, the worst is a kosher kill plant, if you've ever been in one of those. Because so the Jewish religion is a little different when it comes to eating beef. First off, they only eat the front half of the animal. So basically from the chuck eye forward is what they're allowed to have, because that's the clean portion of the animal, according to them. The other thing is they're not allowed to use a knocking gun. They can only use a knife. And it cannot be an employee of the packing plant. It actually has to be a rabbi that puts the cow out of its misery, because it has to bless it first. Now, the knife that they use, actually, hold on just a second. I'll be right back. I have one.
I don't know, man. I don't know. So much goes into it and so little comes out. For the farmer, for the rancher, they put in so much hard work, and what they get back out of it generally is bankruptcy. Sad state of affairs. You still on mute there, Raid?
I was, yeah.
So this is what's called a scimitar. And it's an extremely long, extremely sharp knife. The only thing this knife is used for, well, two things. Normal human beings use this to cut steaks. Cut boneless steaks. The Jewish community uses this as their dispatching tool. And what they do is right above the jugular, they plunge this knife in completely, and in one movement have to completely clear the neck of that cow, bleeding it out almost instantaneously. Yeah, I'm guessing Raid's probably getting texts from the people that are on his channel going, what the hell did you get yourself into? No? Now, the fun part about this is, it is such a gruesome way to dispatch a cow that they literally have to transition rabbis out every 2 weeks. because you have to think that they are standing literally eye line with the cow's neck where they're going to be doing this. If you've ever been around when someone's bleeding a cow, there's a lot of blood that comes out of a cow. And those poor guys get soaked from about here down with cattle blood over and over and over again all day long. And it will literally drive them insane if they leave them in that spot. So they transition them out. Now, the really cool part is that rabbi that killed those 12 cows that went through follows them all the way through till they get to the packing plant where they're being basically shipped out to Jewish delis. So he follows that cow all the way through the process. That's their little break, basically. And when they're done with that, they come back and start, doing the genocidal means of killing cattle. But yeah, it's rather aggressive. I would guess that, God, I used to know, it's like 12 gallons of blood, if I remember correctly, that comes out in a really big rush.
That's quite a lot.
That's a lot of blood, yeah.
Yeah. I could tell you some real fun stories about that stuff. I almost got kicked out of school, actually, for... So in the infinite wisdom, this is what was going on in the community college that I went to school. There was slaughterhouse, sausage making, and butcher in one division. Carpentry, trucking, phlebotomy, and cosmetology.
So was the butchering school supplying the blood for the phlebotomy school?
No, we could have. But so you can imagine the type of people that go to school for phlebotomy and cosmetology. And then you mix those in with a bunch of rednecks that butcher, build, and drive trucks. There was one girl that was just a fucking see you next Tuesday every time we ran into her. So she was eating... Yeah. So she was eating lunch one day. And I happened to smuggle something out of the slaughter room. Do you remember those little things you used to buy in the quarter slot in the quarter machines that were like the sticky little round balls that you throw on the wall and they crawl down?
Mm-hmm.
Raid's going, you're fucking kidding me. You know a cattle's eyeball does about the same thing? So she's eating lunch, and of course being a cunt, so I throw the eyeball, and it sticks about 3 foot above her, rolls down the wall, and rolls onto her table, and she vomits right there. Of course, there's a hazy cow eyeball looking back at her, so I guess, yeah, she probably had every right to throw up. Yeah, I almost got kicked out of college over that one.
I wonder why.
Well, it was, all in good fun, I thought.
Yeah, well, you thought. You didn't have body parts flying at you.
Yeah. I did graduate, though, so I had that going for me. Smokey Randy says, I thought Montana Free was going to say a foreskin removal tool. I don't think I'd use that for that.
If a Moyle showed up with that in his hand, I'd change religions.
I am Catholic today. Look at that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Bound
only
to happen once in a while.
It's only, if I remember it, yeah, this is only a 12-inch blade. So, I mean, it's just a little guy.
I used to take a 6-inch knife hunting with me. But that was about it. I mean, it had a gut hook on it. So
was it 6-inch overall, or was it?
No, the blade was like 6. No,
so
the blade was 4.
Usually, you only need about a
4-inch blade. Yeah, the blade was 4.5. It wasn't 6 inches. It was the whole thing was about 10 inches long, is what it was. So it was 4.5. The 6-inch knife was the fixed blade that was on the backpack. That was different.
We'll see.
But the gut hook was It was a little bit shorter.
You just pick yourself up one of these and have a mini sword on your back.
That's a machete.
Yeah, it's and actually that's what this is used for, is for, well, like I said, in the other cultures. Because when you cut a boneless steak, you want to do it in a single pass. Otherwise, you know, when you cut and you get those little funky ridge lines, yeah, that's what that knife is for. So it's one steady cut all the way through. But I knew a guy that worked in the accidentally cut himself a new asshole with his boning knife. Huh?
Ouch.
Yeah. I squared off my thumb in a meat slicer. Does that count?
I mean, I stuck a knife through mine.
Through your thumb?
My thumb.
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully not your asshole, because that would be awkward.
Yeah, right?
No,
so you got the one scar here,
mm-hmm.
and then you roll around, and there's another scar over here that you can't really see. But
Okay,
I had brand new knife down below my hand, and did the stupid cutting up towards myself, and right into my hand. I wrapped my thumb up, like I reached into the back seat, grabbed the EMT bag, sat it on the center console of the truck, wrapped my thumb up, reached up, and with my fucked up thumb, turned all my strobe lights on and drove myself to the hospital.
Well, so
it's like I know I can get me there faster than calling an ambulance to get me there, and it's cheaper. And I've already got the wound package and everything. I walked in the door with the last like 10 seconds of fucking lucid brain fucking function, and like I walked in and it was like thumb bleeding, boom.
Well, that's
like the adrenaline dump wore off as I walked through the door. Like I was parked in the carport where like you pick family members up and shit, and as I come through the door, I threw my wallet and my keys at the security guy and fell to the floor.
Oh my. Smokey just finished that story. Whoa. He threw his knife into the car after work, had a few knockoff beers, then jumped into the car. The knife was wedged in the seat crack. Oh.
What a dummy. Who throws knives in the front seat of their car in the first place?
Yeah.
Oh, mommy, daddy,
but a little bit more dignity for those knives, you know?
That's like that Cam model that shot herself in the cooch.
Yeah. Yep.
Like,
yeah, just throw them around.
Did you think was
no
gonna
big
happen?
deal.
Like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen?
Oh my God! Can you? Oh. And he went into that full pressure. I mean, there was no backing out from that.
No, and
Like
there
he's
was
alive.
no backing off of the trigger of that gun either.
No. It stopped at the hilt.
Yeah.
Somebody's never having kids.
Yeah. No, I've never had any. I watched my instructor skin his own thumb out. That was kind of cool. He was.
We packaged and transported a lady that degloved her arm from the elbow to her wrist.
Ooh.
It was just hanging there. Like the skin was just sort of hanging there, so
like a rolled up glove, like those latex dishwashing gloves.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the ones that go all the way up to your slip, up to your sleeve of your shirt. It was like somebody had rolled one of those back, and it was just all blood and tendon.
Nice.
Yeah, they tried to put it back together, and then when she came into jail, 'cause
there's a lot more to this story.
All right, long story short, she was going about 90 miles an hour because she was dusting. And what dusting is where you take the compressed air and as it comes out of the can. So she hit 90 miles an hour, they're guessing, and she hit the open end of a culvert where there was a comms box. So when she hit the end of the culvert and took out the comms box, she was going about 90 miles an hour. Flipped the Toyota 4Runner all the way over, landed on top of her arm sticking outside the window. And then slid through a parking lot on top of that. A group of 7 people rolled the car off the top of her before we even got the ambulance there. And then we packaged her in the ambulance and she was gone. And then 6-8 months later, I saw her in jail and it was like, wow, that arm's fucked up.
Sorry about that.
It's like, how do you fight that in court? You literally left DNA evidence behind. Literally. You left flakes of your skin at the scene of the crime.
Yeah. Well, so my 60-year-old butcher instructor, you would think, would kind of know how to wield a knife. But so when you knock, when you're federally inspected, and the reason that we use a knocking gun is so you can use the meat in the head. Otherwise, if you shoot it with a rifle, they don't allow it because there's lead. Yeah, there's lead dust now all over in the head. So,
and bone fragments.
You basically slit up to about the chin right here, and then you start skinning around. Well, he's showing how to skin around the jawbone, which you take your hand and you grab the skin, you peel it back, and you keep rolling it.
Missed the roll step?
Yeah, he kind of went zook, and then you seen him hold his hand up in the air like this and starts pointing to explain to us how to do it. And I look over at him. I said, Dean, you okay? Because he was white as a ghost at this point. He goes, I think I'm probably going to have to go to the doctor. So we go in. There was a little room that all the explosives for the knocking gun were kept in. Yeah, it was a 50 caliber blast cap is what we used to knock.
Nice.
And so we head in there, and I said, okay, you're going to have to let it go so I can see what the hell's going on. When he does, the blood shot the ceiling, and he put his hand back down. I went, oh, okay.
Don't do that again.
Yeah, leave that there. So I literally, he has his thumb like this, and I literally wrap his hand so he can't let go of his thumb. And we loaded him up and took him to the doctor. 24 stitches later, he had his thumb back together. So tells you how sharp our knives are. But
yeah, they glued my thumb back together. There's still super glue floating around in there.
I was gonna say, would you like crazy or super? Which one would you like?
Right. Now, and like, so the hospital did stitches originally, right? So the emergency room did stitches. And so when you're on active duty and you go to the emergency room, you have to make an appointment with your primary care physician on the base to document it and then to get the military's insurance to pay for it. Because the VA has to cover that later. So if something happened with my thumb down the road, like I have nerve damage in my thumb. Because I damaged the nerves in my thumb on active duty, theoretically that's a VA claim. But the reality of it is, I fucked up my thumb by sticking a knife through it. So, right, so you have to play the game, right? Well, I went in and I played the game, and they're like, okay, well, it's probably healed enough, we'll take the stitches out. It's probably healed enough, we're going to take the stitches out. Probably. That night, I got issued gear at the fire department for the first time. So I had to try on the boots and the pants and get everything set up. And I went to put my tennis shoes back on, and like everybody knows, you hook your finger in that little strap, and you kind of put your thumb there to pull it back a little bit. You pull your foot, your heel up. Well, I raked my heel across the top of my thumb and split my thumb back open. So, wrap it back up, and I now have my ex-wife drive me to the base to go to the clinic on the base because this is their fuck up at this point. Their on-duty corpsman can fix it. And it's not technically an emergency because it's already been fixed once.
Yeah.
So the military's insurance says, well, you fucked it up, go fix it yourself, or go to the doctor on base and have them fix it, basically. So I drive out to the base, and the corpsman that's on duty is... yeah. Most of them were veterinarians, to be honest with you. No, and like my VA doctor now, she's an OBGYN. I mean, there are some advantages to that, though.
I just got cold on my nose, you prick.
Like, there are some advantages to that, though. So, like, if I send her paperwork that I need filled out from my employer, I fill it out the way it needs to be articulated, and then I send it to her and go, hey, I've sent you some paperwork I need you to sign. And the response I typically get back is, do I need to write anything on it? No, just sign it and stamp it and send it back. Oh, okay. Like, dude, I did an entire Americans with Disability Act claim with my multi-billion-dollar employer, and I filled out the paperwork, and she just rubber stamped it.
Well, it's all good until she uses a speculum on you one day, and then.
You got to get close enough for that. And her and her entire nursing staff know exactly how paranoid I am.
Well, if she puts you in stirrups, you might start to get concerned. Just saying.
There's no situation where that woman is ever going to put me in stirrups.
Smokey asked, don't they use compressed air for the bolt guns these days? Large operations, yeah. So like packing plants, yeah, they use compressed air because A, it's cheaper, and B, it's quieter. But as far as small operations, if you're federally inspected knocking, no, most guys still use the explosive charges. But I think Raid is not feeling well.
There are some gifts that the military gives you that just keep giving.
Sure it wasn't Burger King that was giving you that gift?
Yeah, I'm 99% sure Burger King has nothing to do with this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I actually, so when I got off of active duty, the Coast Guard has a program called TAPS that you have to go through. I don't remember what TAPS actually stands for, but it's like transition something program. So I don't know. It's the class you have to go through before you get discharged from the military. So I go into TAPS and they say, hey, if you're getting discharged in the next 6 months, bring your medical record with you. Now we've talked about my medical record before. I have my medical record. Military doesn't. Okay, put that into perspective for you. They're required by federal law to maintain a physical copy of my medical record in Topeka, Kansas.
Yeah, why don't you?
They don't have my medical record. I do.
By your choice or by theirs?
60-40.
Uh-huh.
So I went in to get a copy of it, and I took my medical record from the medical facility to my unit and made photocopies of it. I made 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So one to my mom, one to my aunt, one to another aunt. I had one in my safe, and then I had the 5th one. The 5th one was for the VA. Well, I got a call from medical saying they had lost my medical record. Okay, they made me sign for it, right?
Yeah.
Well, when I signed for it, some dumbass signed it back in 20 minutes later or whatever. So I had never returned it. And when I went back, they're like, what the fuck you mean you're bringing your record back? This card here says it's still here. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. Here's a copy. Turned around and walked out. Fuck it. You already have it. Here's a copy just in case. See ya. And when I was in the reserves, they had misplaced that copy. And I went into the medical facility and I was like, hey, I need to do my annual physical. And they're like, we don't have your record. I'm like, you're required by federal law to maintain my medical record because I'm still in the active drilling reserves. Go get my medical record. And they thought they were going to intimidate me and take me into the warrant officer who's in charge of the medical facility. What they didn't know is 3 things. 1, I went to elementary school and middle school with this man's daughter. 2, he's a warrant officer. I've had lunches with 3-star admirals. Fuck off. You're not going to spook me with a warrant officer. That's cute. Hey, dude, what's up? Like, come on. You show them some respect because they are a warrant. They've made it to the top of the possible enlisted chain on their rank. In their job field, they're supposed to be the grand poobah that knows everything. Cool. You'll get that level of respect, but you don't intimidate me. I'm just not. It doesn't. I've told 06s to go fuck themselves. It doesn't. You don't scare me. So bringing the warrant officer in front, he's like, so what is your problem? I was like, well, sir, they seem to have misplaced my medical record. He just looked at me, he's like, dude, what? And I was like, they lost my medical record. I'm here for my annual physical, and I need them to give me my record so I can go to my physical. They say they don't have it. I'm just waiting for someone to tell me what the hell's going on. And and like the whole time this is happening, I'm sitting there with one leg out like this, just kind of just talking to the guy. And this E6 that had brought me in there, that was a civilian now, right? So she had gotten out of the military and was a civilian employee on the base, working in the same room at the same facility. Like, it was a weird scenario. She went from active duty to civilian doing the exact same job. And it was just like, well, that's kind of strange, but she thought that taking me around the corner to talk to this dude was somehow going to get me to go away and shut up and, like, I don't know what she was really expecting from it, because it's like, you lost the record. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, this isn't my fault. None of this is my fault.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I told the warrant officer. I'm like, sir, this has nothing to do with me. I came in and asked for what I'm rightly owed, what you are rightly required to maintain, so that I can go to a military physical that I'm required to do. What gives, dude? Like, why am I the one getting the 5th degree and shit? So it's like, he's like, oh, well, just hang out here and I'll go see what's going on. It's like, okay. And they went and found the copy, because they were looking for a blue folder and it was a brown folder. Shouldn't have lost the original.
Yeah, I guess that's only fair. Yeah, so I did want to put this on. PC Native over on DLive said an interesting comment, because as we were talking about the butchering. She said, I find it annoying. People are not willing to kill animals, but they are willing to consume them. Yeah. Try being a butcher. Everybody goes, ew. Yeah. Doesn't bother me, I guess.
Yeah. We had an unwritten rule that said that the cops that worked for the department I worked at were not allowed to dispatch animals with their service weapons.
What? That's dumb.
Not when they weren't good at it.
Well, there's that.
No. There was one guy that was really good at it without his weapon.
Oh.
Yeah, he would get up behind the deer and he'd like cuddle with it and then get one finger up each nostril, plug its nose, squeeze its mouth shut, and squeeze all the air out of its lungs.
Yeah.
And it was just like, the fuck?
That's work.
How do you do that against a rabid dog? I don't know. I'm not so sure I'd want to be getting close to a rabid animal.
I mean,
but deer
I've
like
shot
horses.
other people's dogs with airsoft guns. It wasn't like it was anything high powered. The dog yelped, but I know it didn't hurt it. It was a plastic BB going less than 300 feet a second. I scared it. I surprised it. I didn't hurt it. But it got out of my garage and it left me alone. That was, like, fucking mission accomplished. And I didn't have to actually hurt somebody's dog. But it's just like, come back, I'm throwing a wrench at you.
I find BB guns with there's some clay practice balls that you can get for slingshots.
Interesting.
Yeah, and what's cool is when they hit something hard like a car or a window or something like that, they don't break. I mean, they don't break the glass. I mean,
okay.
They don't leave a dent on the car. But you hit a dog in the ass or a deer in the ass with it, oh, they don't like it. They don't like it at all.
You fellas ever seen one of these?
What in the hell?
I feel like I know what that is.
It's a 308 with a red tip, it looks like.
It's plastic. It's hollow plastic. They were issued by a foreign state that they consider these crowd control. They consider this dude right here crowd control. Now, who in their right mind thinks that a piece of plastic traveling at 3,000 feet per second at close range is non-lethal? I'm not so sure about that. I got a case of them.
That's like those rubber bullets, yeah.
This is hard plastic. This is
Is that when they changed that term to less than lethal? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, less than lethal. But it, out of a 308, Everything out of a 308 is lethal. A blank cartridge
no
is
shit.
lethal.
The dust in the barrel as the barrel is being cleared with the bullet coming out. The dust that comes out behind the bullet is
Tears you
lethal
up.
on a 308. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that they're saying they claim
if
that
it comes out the end of the barrel on a 308,
if you're
chances are it's
500
lethal.
yards from your the crowd, maybe it's less than lethal. But if you're
Even
in short
then,
range, they're toast. 50
Even
within
then.
50 yards, you get nailed with that. You've definitely been controlled. Let's just put it that way. You've been controlled.
Daily, thank you very
mind
much for the
control, you
shades.
get in the right spot.
Over there.
Mm-hmm. I've
She
got a
said,
bunch of
"Love
these.
that
I have
you're-"
some that were used in Iraq that are copper. You've probably seen these, Raid. They're a round domed copper, hollow copper. Therefore, so they don't penetrate the mud hut walls.
Right, they're supposed to just kind of cave in and just
they're
flatten out.
hollow. It's hollow copper, so it flattens out like a penny when it hits a hard object. But they work wonders on flesh, I guess. I wouldn't know these things.
Krusty, you'll like this. Daily Insanity gifted shades. She said, loves this group of guys. Sorry Grot had to go. Cussing around the campfire is great. Love you guys. Well, we love you too, Daily. Well,
Thanks,
out of the
darling.
three of us do. I mean,
thanks for supporting the show. It means a lot to us.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Okay, so
yeah, we got to get him off that Mac.
Oh, no. You just can't let it go, can you? You just can't. Here, let me hit my stream deck. Oh, wait. I can't.
What? I turned the volume down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love it.
I'm telling you, this stream deck thing is fucking amazing.
Well, and I go online, right, because you're always looking about what the new plugins are for OBS and all this kind of shit. And there's like really cool plugins, and I'll dive into it, figure out how it all runs, and then head over there, and it's Windows only.
Do you notice how many things for OBS that they make that are Mac only?
Very, very few. Yeah.
Yep.
And the things that they do is because they made them for Windows and somebody bitched that had a Mac like me and somebody finally wrote the code for it. 2 years after it came out, then we get to catch up. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like Betamax and VHS, and you kind of went with Betamax.
Yeah, no, I went with that really big disc, compact disc player that wasn't so.
Oh yeah, I used to have one of those laser disc players. Yeah, it's like a record. Play a movie on a record.
Yeah, that was all before my time.
I went with that, that way when anything shook in the room, including like a moth flying across the room, it would skip. It was, it was great fun.
They had a guy caught a moth in the clean room, gave the guy a $500 bonus.
Because he caught what?
Because he caught a moth in the clean room.
Motherfucker, I'd be turning a moth loose in the clean room.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, right? Those motherfuckers are a nightmare, man, because there's dust all over them.
Dust everywhere.
Oh yeah,
and they just fly into shit and like drop dust everywhere. So this guy caught it in a bag in the clean room, tied a knot in the top of the bag, and then walked up to his boss and was like, "Yo, is there something in this for me? Like, here's the moth that shouldn't have been here. We don't know how it got here."
Yeah,
because like they can't see, right? Like they just go for heat sources and bounce off of shit.
Yeah. Well.
So how did this thing even make it to where, like, because they don't live that long.
Telling you,
so how did it make it through the building, right? Like someone had to have brought it in and released it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, or even if it landed on them and they didn't know it, walked it in. But you would think all the positive air locks that you're passing through would have kind of brushed off. But yeah, those are cool. We used to use positive air locks for all the freezers. You want to talk about a really shitty situation? Open up a meat locker freezer when it's positive air reinforced. It's really fucking cold really fast. And you never wore, you'd always see them. You watch on TV and they got like their little coats on with their little white jackets and all this shit. No. No, because the worst thing you can start doing in that freezer, and this is in general when you're in a cold climate, is to start to sweat.
Yep.
So we're in there in, polo shirts, basically. So skin showing on your arms, your neck, everything, and you're just freezing your ass off. But you're not sweating. So, so that's a perk.
Yeah. Because that sweat will kill you.
Yeah, that's where hypothermia kicks in really
Hypothermia
fast.
kicking fast.
Yeah. Equate it to falling into the river. I mean,
or the ocean. Yeah, that was one of the things they ran us through at boot camp was there was a couple of times we went into this Olympic-sized swimming pool to tread water. And there was a few times. And the one time they put you into what's called a Mustang suit, and it's supposed to fill with water. And it traps your body heat in with that water, and then it heats up that water, and it makes it easier to stay warmer in a cold water climate longer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had a guy that he, like, mentally he knew this suit was going to fill with water and couldn't get over the fact that the buoyancy effect of his body weight and the water together, he wasn't going to sink. So he is having this panic attack that he's gonna drown, and the company commander comes out and fucking Sparta kicks him off the platform. And I was like, "Fuck me!" Like I was 5 guys behind him, and I'm like, "He's got a point." Boom! I'm like,
this is gonna go, huh?
Whoa! I was like, "Note to self: plug your nose and just fucking go, man." It's a hell of a lot better than not seeing it coming.
Is the Mustang suits kind of like the rubber Gumby suits?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Closer to a wetsuit?
It's more like
because like in surfing, that's what the first thing that happens is you let
like
water in, your body temperature warms the salt water
Yeah.
up and kind of keeps it trapped inside, and you could
Yeah,
surf
that's
for hours
what a
before you
Gumby
start getting
suit
cold.
does. Yeah.
You're
that's what a
fibbing
Gumby
and
suit
crusting.
does.
Yeah, that's a Gumby suit.
Well, yeah,
you
that's
peed
what a
in your
Gumby
Gumby
suit
suit, though, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you
Everybody
peed in the
peed in
suit
the
all
Gumby
the time,
suit.
man. All the time.
Everybody peed in the Gumby suit.
Yeah.
It is
Well,
what it is.
the zipper
That's why they
goes
made
up
you-
your back with a cord, so there ain't no getting out of it, and there's no pee flap
Ours
down into
really?
the wetsuit. So, yeah,
What?
it's actually
Ours
kind of
went up the
nice in
front
the
leg.
Pacific Ocean where it's cold. It's kind of nice.
No, it was in the front leg. You had to be able to reach it, dude.
Well, yeah,
The whole
but he's
point
got a
behind
wetsuit.
survival
You had a
suit is to be
Gumby
able to
suit.
put it on. Oh yeah, wetsuit's different. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, but like a Gumby suit, like it's on your front left foot, like because you put the legs on, you pull up under your sleeves, reach down, and just all the way up, and you kept pulling until that fucking thing slipped out of your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Then you put the little rubber hoodie over your face, and away you go.
And then you do your little 3-fingered water paddle thing.
Yeah,
Because that's all you had, right?
I was gonna say, whose brilliant idea was it to put mittens on a fucking Gumby suit? That's
Right? Like, what the fuck is that? They gave you, like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle hands to try and fucking manipulate shit. And it's like, are you serious? Come on now.
Here, climb up this rope ladder in your Gumby suit.
Yeah, and well, so like the day that we did the survival suits, like we knew we were doing something in the pool, but they didn't tell us what. So we get in the pool, and we're in there treading water for like 10 minutes, and finally they come out with this fucking rolly cart with the bags on it, and I was the only person in there that had ever been to Alaska, so I'm sitting there going, fuck. This isn't even halfway over. And everyone else is like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, those are Gumby suits. What's a Gumby suit? Their life is about to suck. Because, like, we're already in the pool, we're already tired, and then they introduce the task of putting the survival suit on and then treading water for 15 more minutes.
Oh.
Because you couldn't just lay
float
back
it?
in the Gumby suit like it's designed, because that would be too easy.
Oh.
When you're in boot camp and the objective is to wear you the fuck out.
I was gonna say that doesn't even make sense because the whole point is you're supposed to spread out your body weight and just float it. Now you're fighting the suit, treading water. Okay, well that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so they wanted you to tread water long enough to get into a big circle, right? And everyone had to link up into this circle, or everyone had to continue treading water until the last jackass managed to finger it the fuck out. But yeah, that Mustang suit experience was fucking just amazing. It was like the first time we had gone into the pool, and that dude kicked him off the platform and was just like,
yeah, we'll just get in. I'm good.
Yeah, don't be that guy.
Well, but you got to think, as an instructor, you don't want them to stall up the whole line and make everybody start to question.
Yeah, because there's 90 other people behind him.
Yeah. It's all right, fucker. You're getting off of this.
We got time. We ain't got time for this shit. Move your ass.
That reminds
Goodbye
me
now.
of That reminds me of the gas chamber. I'm sure Raid still remembers the gas chamber. CS gas, and there's always one dickhead in formation that won't pop it properly. Everybody gets screwed. One guy screws up, the whole platoon gets screwed.
Yeah, I didn't. I was in the Coast Guard. We didn't do gas chambers.
Oh, you did? Oh, man, you didn't do NBC training?
No. Well, so I did Scott mask training, but not for CS gas.
Okay.
And
yeah, we had to do nuclear.
When I was going through, when I went through boot camp, they had just set up the obstacle course. So the company after us was doing like the bugle sticks and shit. And they'd come into the galley for lunch, and they'd just be fucking all beat up and bruised and shit. And you'd see like the black eyes, and it's like,
so Smokey Randy,
you know, the company commander isn't allowed to touch you, right?
Sure he can.
And they're like, they didn't tell us that. They've been beating the shit out of us with bugle sticks. That's different.
That's allowed.
That's allowed. Never mind.
So Smokey Randy found a video of your time in the Coast Guard. Actually, this very incident that you're talking about, it's the dangest thing. I don't know how he found this. Yeah. So let me share this up for you. And let's see here.
Them kangaroos are assholes.
Get in the water.
Oh man. Yeah, there's actually there's a video that'll walk you through, and like I the funny thing is I didn't realize it until years later, but some of the people in the YouTube video were actually there when I was going through boot camp.
Oh, nice. CZ Gira says 3 days in a bunny suit sucked ass. Oh, I'm betting.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they've made a lot more of them now that they introduced the whole fucking security forces thing.
So does the Coast Guard have a division of Space Force too?
No. No.
No tinfoil hats for you guys? Come on now.
No. So this video was actually released a month before I went to boot camp.
Oh. Hold on a second here. Oh, pause. Get over off of here.
The first comment on it. You must have gone through another boot camp than me. One of my instructors was BM2 with 6 years in the Coast Guard. For me, someone can be the most decorated person in the world and they still have to earn my respect. It may happen afterwards.
Let's see. Is there... I can't ever remember if I have to share audio. There we go. All right. Here we go.
Sit up straight. Get your eyes straight forward. You are now U.S. Coast Guard Training Center, Cape May, New Jersey. Get off the bus. Get off the bus. Faster! From this point on, the first thing out of your mouth will be sir, ma'am, and the last thing out of your mouth will be sir, ma'am, as appropriate. Do you understand?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am! Go, fast, move! Fast, fly! Let's go, touch flag! I'm America's best guardian! My service is in the United States! I will protect them! I will defend them! I will save them! I am their shield! For them I am sent from Horizon! I live the Coast Guard core values! I am the guardian! We are the United States Coast Guard!
Accept the challenge. Be a guardian. We are the United States Coast Guard.
That was the two people they picked to represent the Coast Guard at the end there?
She was the commanding officer in boot camp when I went through.
Oh.
And he was the command master chief.
It was a lot different in the Army 30 years ago, I'll tell you that much. Our training didn't look nothing like that.
Yeah, you had the highest ranking officer and the highest ranking enlisted at the end of the video. The second video I sent you was from 4 years ago. So that's the more recent one. But at the very beginning of that, the dude that when they were coming through that front door, the guy that was yelling at them to run faster, or well, walk faster because you're not allowed to run. The dude that was bald wasn't wearing a hat. That guy was one of my company commanders in the company I graduated from. The dude that was a couple of seconds ahead of that, where they were in the squad bay and the females were walking out of the room, that guy, he was the company commander I had that had all the diver shit on his watch.
Oh.
So he was the guy that was the master diver. And that portion of that video, I was in that squad bay at some point. Because he was one of my company commanders. So it was like, I saw that video years later, and I'm like, I know him. And him.
Then him.
And him. And her. And him. But yeah, and then you know, there's another one from 4 years ago, and it's like it's a totally different thing. At one point, they had stress cards.
What?
I'm too stressed. You have to leave me alone.
Okay, I'm just gonna share the next video here. I'm not even saying anything to that. That's.
Do they have safe rooms too? You know, blankets and puppies and cookies?
I honestly wondered if they had like safety pins that they got to wear.
Where are you? I'm in my safe space. Oh, well.
And I like how these piss ants got to take their ODU shirts off. We had to keep our overshirts on for everything because ours were always tucked in. We didn't have that untucked shit where you just iron the front of it and you were good to go. We had to iron it and have the fucking railroad tracks in the back without ironing the railroad tracks in. We had a guy that got smart and sewed them in, and they ripped him a new ass for like 4 fucking hours straight because he sewed them in. And he's like, I'm prior army, bitch. I just work smarter, not harder. And like, really? Oh, pause it. I got my ass chewed off for going through that line to get a salad. Day 2, I decided I wanted to have a salad. And I'm like, I don't understand why nobody's getting a salad. Well, I found out why nobody's getting a salad. Because they came over and started grilling me at the age of 18, who weighed 120 pounds soaking fucking wet and was 6 foot tall. So the fucking beanpole, and they came over and, what, are you worried you're too fat? You're going to go on the fat boy program? You're going to eat a salad? It's like, no, motherfucker, I just wanted some green. I wanted a salad. I wanted to eat something that wasn't fucking boiled. Like, and as a company, we sat there and we looked at that, and we went back to the squad bay afterwards, and we had a plan. So now you see this guy's cups. Now, he just went and got his food, which means those cups are full of liquid, right? He's got probably Powerade in one and water in the other. So he's trying to electrolyte his way through his day, and it's not going to help him. But that's his plan, right? That's probably what his plan is. So he's got 2 full cups. Now, when you go back through this line towards the right there where that cubby hole sits, there's a round table over there that your company commanders sit at. Now, your scullery's off to the left where you've got all these other fuckers lined up trying to get rid of their silverware and their dishes and everything. Now, this kid is going over to eat. One of his company mates, or whatever you want to call him, is over here to the right, standing there waiting for this dude to quit screaming at him so he can yell out, look left, look right, look center, going, or some shit like that. I don't remember what it was. But so he had to announce that he was going to move so that none of the company commanders would run into him, which is a total shit show. It's just so that they know you're moving. Now, the guy that goes up to that line would walk up with both of his cups flipped up like that so that the rest of us in the company could go through the salad bar. So the first person that went through the chow line inevitably was the dude that got his ass chewed first, because he had to go stand in front of that fucking line with his cups there, upside right, one of them potentially with liquid in it, so the company commander can come over and fuck with him while the rest of us get our salads. Day fucking 2, we figured it out.
So, CZ Gira wants to know if you guys had cry closets.
No, we didn't have anything like that. We didn't have the cry closets. We didn't have the safe space. There were no safety pins. There was no stress card. You got stressed, you fucking cried like everybody else.
Or you went home.
Or you went home, yeah. Yeah, there was plenty of people that were like, fuck you and fuck this, I'm out. Like, there was a dude night one that was giving people the finger, and it's like, you don't value life very much, do you?
Cape May welcomes you to Coast Guard Boot Camp. Not exactly a vacation at the beach. Perched on a peninsula just east of the Lobster House restaurant and fleet of commercial fishing boats on the harbor stands Training Center Cape May. This is where young men and women are transformed into Coast Guardsmen.
Come aboard for the ride! March!
Every enlisted recruit to this branch of the military from across the United States experience an intense 8-week basic training. In other words, you're not in the Coast Guard until you've passed through Cape May.
Recruit Dockenbaugh, Upper Sandusky, Ohio.
Recruit Olson, Zephyr Hills, Florida. Recruit Glenn,
What the?
Healy, Alaska.
Seaman Recruit Wilford, Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Seaman Recruit Mantilla, Mobile, Alabama.
Our core duties are search and rescue, law enforcement, and national defense. But we do a lot of other things, so aids to navigation, environmental protection. We actually have 11 different statutory missions that we perform.
Recruits are in their second day of the program. It begins here at the medical clinic where all health issues and vaccines are addressed.
All right, go ahead and take the pills. You're all set. Grab some gauze and a bandage.
Much of the instruction happens in the classroom, but there's also practical training, hands-on experiences, including the firefighter's school. Here, they're preparing to experience and fight a simulated fire.
Fire! 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 Put your boots on! Sense of urgency, imagine your cutter's on fire!
It's not a real fire, there's no heat involved, but we try to replicate the environment as best we possibly can using smoke machines and other things that would disorient somebody normally in those types of scenarios. Reduced lighting, all that kind of stuff.
From fire to water. Second week recruits are required to swim 100 meters in front crawl, breaststroke, or side stroke, and be able to tread water for 5 minutes to pass this part of the training. Some won't make it. In fact, 1 in 5 that come to Cape May will not graduate.
Sometimes we send people home because they don't meet our standards either for physical fitness or for a knowledge or skills-based issue. And occasionally folks ask to disenroll. Very often they express that they're overawed by the job and the responsibility of it, and it's more than they expected.
Responsibility and discipline. And that carries into every aspect of this program, from marching, how they stow their packs, and the precision in the way they enter the mess hall. But you might think that chow time would be a break for the recruits. It's not.
I can't hear you! Get on right now! Not right now! My battalion officer is Lieutenant Junior Grade! We're all Joe! Your battalion
Coming out of the galley is one of the most intense parts of recruit training. It's where they put the most pressure on you, and it's where they're screaming at you the most. They scream at you the most in the times you would feel comfort.
Grab your eyeballs at me! Another tracker for trying to get around Sansone when he was talking to me!
Of course, like any branch of the military, the Coast Guard puts immense pressure on these young people. This is in the form of physical exertion and largely mental challenges. The idea is to prepare them for high-pressure, real-world situations that may determine life or death. It may seem cruel, but company commanders insist it's for a good reason.
It just gets them geared up mentally under stress. If they can't operate under stressful conditions, they're not going to serve the purpose that needs to be served out in the fleet. We never get calls on good days. We don't get calls in good weather. And I tell you what, if there's anyone that should be able to get underway and drive that ship up a ticks behind in a hailstorm backwards, like the Coast Guard should have that. You can't operate under stressful conditions. This probably isn't the path you need to go. And this system really weeds that out.
When you get here, they kind of break your confidence down, just kind of show your vulnerabilities, but then they bring it back up. You know, in general, it is not, I mean, it's not a wonderful time while you're here. It's not supposed to be, but I can already feel myself, I guess, becoming better and like growing as a person.
It's different than what I've expected. I had friends who were prior military who told me what to prepare for your camp. You're gonna get yelled at a lot, singled out, have to know a lot of things.
Big picture is if you can operate as a team,
Sally tells
you're never
by
going to
the
be alone
teeth.
out in the fleet. So as long as you can operate as a team under a stressful condition, you'll be just fine.
It's the night before graduation for Tango Company 194. A chance to relax a bit and poke fun at shipmates and company commanders.
The award of excellence for most likely to eat leaves off of a tree, awarded to Seaman Recruit Patrick. He was already standing up.
So, as you walk out, be proud. You are a part of America's, the world's greatest Coast Guard. The world's greatest Coast Guard.
Finally, graduation day. For 53 days, these men and women have been challenged, pushed, tested, and they passed. Now it's their moment to present themselves with a real swagger, a genuine and proud feeling of accomplishment.
I'm a steamroller, baby! Just rolling down the line! Just rolling down the line! Let Cape May know! From the east to the west! From the east to the west! Tango Company is the best!
This year, the training center is poised to graduate 3,500 recruits. Their days in Cape May are just the beginning of their journey. And as this company moves on to their active duty assignments across the United States, a new group will follow right behind.
I am at Dennis Harnish, Station Oak Island, North Carolina.
Those are the graduates of Tango 194.
Oh, Raid, you remember those happy days, don't you?
I'm glad I've been through that stage.
I think you're muted, bud.
It's good to have been through that and like now looking at
That is
that,
such
like,
bullshit.
glad I'm done.
Yeah, you can probably cut it. Like, that is such bullshit. There wasn't a single second. They didn't put 1 second in that entire video of them life cycle fucking bicycles.
Life cycle
bicycles? You spend like 70% of your time in the gym facility riding a stationary fucking bike where they beat the ever-loving shit out of you on that bicycle. They didn't put not 1 second of life cycle in that video.
Hey, look, I'm having encoding issues. Hard to believe.
Nope.
Too bad you don't have a computer you can upgrade.
I have Raid stuck like this.
We're good on this end.
Oh, all right. So it's only on mine. Computer I can upgrade. Hey, I upgraded the RAM.
Ooh.
It's all I could touch.
Your 4-year-old could have done that.
Hey. Yeah, he's not wrong.
Dude. It's like, dude.
You really don't like Macs, do you? You have
no
a natural disdain.
No. I have cut myself on Macs more than any other computer I've ever worked on. And I've only ever worked on one Mac internally.
Well,
I never cut myself on mine.
What, Mac or your computer?
Yeah, I had 3 towers. I used to be in there all the time. Just pull the ring on the side, the whole door comes, the whole side of the CPU opens up, and everything's right there.
Well, the unfortunate
I
part
had one of those old TV models.
Yeah, this ugly this ugly bastard here. There is no tower.
Yeah, this is one of those all-in-ones where it's
So-
like the CPU's in the center of it. So like
Yeah.
if his screen gets super hot or his CPU gets super hot, it's just gonna fuck his screen up.
Yeah, it's right about there. It's nice and warm. I can feel it through the screen. It's the dangest thing. It's but yeah, in order to upgrade anything on this, you have to tear the screen out, which you literally tear the screen out just like you do a iPhone or an iPad.
Yeah, you destroy the screen to upgrade.
Yeah. It wasn't smart on my part, fine, but I bought this way before I was ever streaming, so I don't want to hear it anymore.
The
And
Mac
the
Pro
folks-
is a real tower.
Well, yeah. Well, this
It doesn't really do you
Pro.
any good because you're still stuck with that janky ass Macintosh operating system that nobody makes anything for.
Well, what do you mean? Apple makes a lot of stuff for it.
Yeah, because their software is so great. I have a MacBook Pro sitting in the corner over there that won't update to the new operating system. Not because it's not supported, but because there's something corrupted with the hardware and it won't actually install the operating system.
Yeah, you're
And the only way for me to fix that is to take it into their
Genius Bar.
Yeah, they're nerds at Mac that are gonna do the same thing that I do and go, oh, well, it's broken. No shit.
No, they're going to tell you that you need to buy a new one.
I'm not fucking buying a new one. Erase the operating system and install it on there again. Or give me the option to do it myself.
So is it like stuck in perpetual boot?
No, it'll turn on, but it just constantly annoys you that you have an update for this operating system. It's like you try and do it, and then it locks up in the update.
Yes, remember to cross your legs when jumping into water from heights. Yeah, very true. That shit hurts. So let's see. Uncle Krusty you were Army, right?
Hoorah.
Okay, so we got Army, Coast Guard. We had Air Force. He took off. Man, redneck.
Grotonus was in the Chair Force?
Yeah, that's why when we were giving him shit about Chair Force, he wasn't saying anything. And that's when I said the Thunder Chickens. He went, hey. It's because he was actually a mechanic for the Thunder Chickens.
Man, I went into a gun shop in Alaska to buy a holster, and the guy that was running the counter, I had been in there a couple of days before, and he didn't know it, and I was paying for the holster that they had ordered in, and I was picking it up, and I give the guy my card, and I was like, hey, don't you guys do a military discount? He's like, yeah. So I show him my ID, and he's like, oh, we just won't tell the boss you're in the Coast Guard. And the guy on the other side of the room decided he was going to chime in, and I turned and looked at him like, weren't you in the Chair Force? You have no room to talk. And the guy behind the counter was just like, oh! He thought I knew the guy.
Oh.
He's
No?
like, yeah, I thought you guys knew each other. I'm like, no, I only knew he was in the Chair Force because of the other day when I was in here. And I kept saying Chair Force every time I said it to drive the point home. Because the guy behind the counter was a Marine. And I looked at the guy that was in the Chair Force, and I was like, so World War II, what did the Army Air Corps do? They dropped people off. Now, did you guys go back and get them? No, that was the Coast Guard that went back in and got them. Oh, okay. You ever want to shut somebody up that was in the Air Force?
Well, the Air Force does do one thing very smart, though. They put their officers in harm's way, and their enlisted are usually in the back.
It's funny
Think
how that
about it.
works.
To be a pilot, you have to be an officer, you know?
Yeah. Because they're supposed to be smarter.
Yeah. Well, and the best part is where I'm at, you know, we have all the fun little toys that take off with a push of a button in Montana. And we also have the Red Horse, which the Red Horse is like the construction division of the Air Force. You know, they're the guys that, after we go in and blow the fucking airport up, these are the guys that go in and fix the airport so we can land stuff there.
Yeah.
They get very upset when you call them pink ponies. Oh, no, they don't like that. And somebody snuck onto our Air Force base and literally, you know, they have this big red stallion that's in the front of their buildings, painted the whole horse pink.
How did they get that much time?
Well, it looked like they just took like pails of paint and dumped them on top because there was like pink paint all over the bottom too. Not only
about
that,
how you'd have to do it.
Not only that, but it's a stallion. It wasn't a stallion when they got done. They took a hammer and removed the stallion part. So they literally made it a pink pony. Had to be somebody on base. I mean, it had to be somebody. You don't sneak, 15 gallons of pink paint onto base. You
don't sneak onto base.
Not that base, especially. It's
no base.
Again,
no. You don't sneak onto a chair force base.
That's an inside job, if anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody on the base was involved with that. They pissed
that's
off
destruction of government property. That's Leavenworth.
Nah. I mean, yeah, you can go to the brig for it, but they're not going to send you to Leavenworth for pouring some paint on a horse.
It was kind of funny. Actually, nobody did. Yeah. Nobody ended up getting in trouble for it. It was the damnedest thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anything, you just end up having to clean the paint off and repaint it or something.
Yeah, but and I will say that the Red Horse guys are kind of badasses. I mean, they're the ones that get dropped into the hot LZ zones when shit's still going on and get told, "Hey, pave that runway quick."
Yeah. Go pave that runway that's still being shot at.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I don't want it. But
go pave that runway that's still being shot at. Fuck you.
It is
like, no, really.
It is impressive the amount of security that's at that base. That's why I know it's not it had to be an inside job, because literally if you park like 2 blocks from the main gate for too long, you get a helicopter escort and get told to leave. Yeah, they do not like you being close to that base. Of course, when you're one of like 3 bases that happens to be able to turn the keys, they have a tendency to be a little concerned about that base.
Yeah, they're a little touchy-feely about their border, their perimeter security.
Yeah. And we actually, I can't remember, it was sometime in the 70s, they almost launched one here. Accidentally. The guy had lost radio connection with the base and couldn't get his signal out, and they did a test run for code, and he couldn't call back to find out if the code was real or fake. So they, in the movies, you'll see it, and it's fairly accurate, they cracked the seals, slid them out, stuck keys in, and rotated. All they had to do was hit button, and it came back online going, we haven't heard from you, what's going on, da-da-da-da-da. And the guy, I guess, he like had a mental fucking breakdown after that, because he just about ended the world with one push of a button.
Yeah, about started a war.
Yeah. And it's usually, it's a short-lived war, that one.
Usually, yeah.
That's why I'm a little concerned about this current situation. But
I think most of the superpowers involved are smart enough to realize that if one of them launches a nuke and someone retaliates, the world's done.
Yeah, I mean, they call it mutually assured destruction for a reason. I mean, I don't even know if one goes off if you necessarily have to turn the keys, do you? I think it's pretty automated.
No, the actual launch controls.
You're still localized.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't believe
and your communication lines are going to have like double and triple redundancies. They're not going to be like that dude that got disconnected and couldn't get a hold of anybody. That probably, I'm 90% sure that doesn't happen anymore.
Well, yeah.
The likelihood of that missile silo going offline, something's up.
Yeah. Well, and there was some talk, of course, you get the rumors of there was a UFO in the area and all this kind of shit going on. And I'm like, oh, come on. If anything, it was...
Because they were going to launch a cruise missile at a fucking UFO.
Well, they think that's what was jamming the frequencies. I'm thinking, no, somebody turned the wrong fucking dial. Yeah, exactly. Although Smokey will tell you there was an article that supposedly we had an alien like down in Deer Lodge that was caught on a game cam. I didn't even hear about it. I live here. He hears about it in Australia. I'm like, what the fuck? Wow, that's a nice wake up. Overpriced pieces of shit. Okay, hold on. What are overpriced pieces of shit? Buy a PC FFS?
For fuck's sake.
No, I don't want to. You can't make me.
No,
Well,
nobody else can.
Actually, you guys could make me.
So Smokey Randy says, "What's the roughest seas you've ever went in?" I had land units my entire time in the Coast Guard.
So you literally guarded the coast, like the.
No,
dirt.
we weren't even really the coast. We
No.
were, yeah, we had. My job was in communications, so I basically. Oof. Go get some sleep, man. My job was basically to make sure that the search and rescue radios worked through the whole state. So if the fisherman hits his panic button off the coast, and I didn't do my job right, nobody would know.
So Uncle Krusty is about to take off, but I'm guessing he wants to say goodnight, folks. And
Good night, everyone.
Give you the floor.
Thanks for hanging out with the show, but it's time for me to head on out.
You gonna go to bed, or are you getting online, Krusty?
I'm not going to jump online for a while. I might later on, but chances are probably not. More than likely not.
Okay.
All right, bud.
And I'll catch up with you all soon. Take care, my friends.
Okay, man.
Talk to you later. Yeah. So you were the dude that when they said pon, you were the guy that had to hit the little button to send the helicopter, or what? No?
No, I didn't talk on the radios. I just fixed them.
Oh.
It was funny though, because the operator one time goes, "Hey, you should do a test count." I'm like, "Nah, bitch, I don't talk on the radio. That's you." But it's plugged into a dummy load. Do you think I care? My voice ain't going over that radio. Come on now.
Why not? Such the soothing
my
voice
job.
of one raid
Wasn't
on
my job.
ND.
No, I had a family member that got stationed with one of the operators that I worked with, and when they told my family member where they had worked, where their previous unit was, and their unit before that was, they were like, "Oh, you must have known," and they give them my name, and the person goes, "Oh yeah, we knew him, I knew him," and this person in my family goes, "No, it's okay, we know he's an asshole." The radio operator goes, "Yeah, but he was the asshole you wanted to call at 3 in the morning, because he might make you feel like a dipshit, but he at least knew what he was talking about." Because they'd call me at 3 in the morning, and it's like, "Have you tried your half step yet?" "No." "Well, don't call me back until you've tried the half step," and then I'd hang up the phone. "Oh, this site went down. Did you try and reset it yet?" "No." "Okay." And I'd hang up the phone, and then I'd reset it and call him back. "All right, I just reset it, try it again," and then I'd hang up the phone and go to sleep. There was no, I didn't sugarcoat anything. It was 3 in the morning. I don't give a fuck what your rank is. That was the way we were told to operate. Your job at this point, you are the engineering officer. You are the E8 in charge of the engineering department. Okay. So when an E6 calls me on Saturday and goes, "Hey, this site isn't working. Did you do your job yet, or do I still need to do your job for you?" "Excuse me, I don't care who you are. You doesn't matter. Just answer the question. Have you done what you're supposed to do or not?" Because it tells me where I need to start.
We saw guys in the... You should go to Quantico. We saw guys in the bushes with guns.
We had guys in the bushes with guns. There was a SEAL training base down the highway a little ways. So they had a training base near the base I was on. Well, okay, my unit wasn't on base. We were back in the mountains, but
pseudo-based.
Yeah, we were like the redheaded stepchild of the base that no one ever wanted to talk to.
Literally.
Even though I never had facial hair when I was on active duty, so it was like they only ever saw right in here. But yeah, we were heading off in the hills with like lead-lined windows and shit. because you don't want the RF radiation to get in. So the Navy SEALs would come out and they would drop this dude that was dressed up like a Haji in the front entryway. And they had guys, and they would, like, our security, our ops boss would call everybody up, and they'd be like, we'd have our meeting in the morning and be, hey, SEAL pups are going to bring somebody. Yeah, they're SEAL pups, the ones that aren't actual SEAls yet. They're SEAL pups. So they'd be like, yeah, the SEAL pups are going to come by and they're going to pick up, you know, the Taliban dude out of the front hallway again. And, like, the new guys would be like, first of all, what do you mean again? Like, how many times do they do this a year? And everyone else would have to give them the spiel and be like, look, this only happens once a year. It's their cold weather training base. So in, like, January, when we've got 3 feet of snow on the mountains, these fuckers have to hike from one end of the island to the other, up and over the mountains and shit, to come down the side of this cliff face in front of our unit, make it to our front door, leave our front door, make it down the hill, and off into the woods that way without being seen.
Oh.
And if we saw them, we were not to engage them because they had live ammunition. We were to get on our cell phone and call the ops boss and say, sir, we see the SEALs, and hang up the phone. And then go about our day while these armed half-ass commandos make their way through our installation. And I say half-ass commandos because they're still SEAL pups. They're not actual SEAls yet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, the difference is dude will still kill you with his pinky.
Well, yeah.
But he's coming to get this fake Haji out of our hallway, who's standing there with an actual AK-47 in a government building, which spooked the shit out of me. For different reasons. But it was just like, that's loaded. You got a round in the chamber. Who signed off on this? Whose idea was this?
So you call up your commanding officer and go, sir, or. Oh, SEAL team's there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and it was like they had to break into the fence and everything. So it was like there was all sorts of stuff they had to do to get from their facility to ours. They left their facility and had to hike to ours. And it was like they weren't allowed to use the road system. And you could tell when they got lost. You could tell when they got lost because they had a convoy of fucking support vehicles, right? And it'd be like 6 or 7 of these Suburbans and F-350s with truck toppers on them and shit. And they'd be driving through town, and it's like, SEALs are going and doing some training. And like, what do you mean? And it's like, that's the only time that entire convoy like that ever happens. Because they have the safety vehicle in the front with its lights and its fucking strobes and shit going. And then they had a safety vehicle in the back. They say safety on the side of them, but we all know it's security vehicles. So they got security in front, security in back, and everything in between. And when they get lost, these vehicles start circling around the area that we were in. And then you'd see a couple of guys with these big-ass ruck packs walking down the road. And it's like, oh. And you grab the radio and get a hold of the watch and be like, hey, the SEAL pups are on the road again. And you drop the radio down, and then you'd see here comes the security vehicles.
You guys call them SEAL pups. SEAL pups are on the road. Come, bring your sticks and knock them in the head.
Right. The greatest thing was when you went out into the bars on the weekend and like they tried to start shit, and it's like, is your curfew over yet? Do I need to call the SEAL base and tell them the pups are loose? Do you want to talk about demoralizing as fuck? This dude that's just spent the last hour talking this chick up about how he's a SEAL just had his entire night ruined by being a dick to a local who just turns around and goes, is your curfew over yet? Do we need to call your instructors and let him know that one of his SEAL pups has gone rogue again? And like that lady just grabs her drink and walks away. It's like, and you can start over now.
So I got a video for you to show you the what's a good way to put this? The brilliance of young airmen in our nuclear facility here. Don't worry, it'll turn right about part of the way through the video here. Let's see. Actually, I'll get it spun up for you so you don't get sick. All right, about turning. There you go. All right. This would be an Air Force convoy, hence why there's no vehicles on this road. It's the busiest road in Great Falls, Montana. Yeah.
There's your clue. Strobe lights.
Are you fucking kidding? I can't do this?
Nope.
I can do it.
Watch closely. Bonk.
You see my bonk?
Bonk.
That guy just ruined.
Now, mind you, I know a lot about these units right here. They're actually manufactured by Ford Motor Company. We had to work on them for warranty claims. These are called Bearcats. These Bearcats, without the blast plate on the bottom, weigh 26,000 pounds. I can tell you that exactly because we had to buy a new hoist for our dealership that was over 26,000 pounds. So that white trailer that you see there is the warhead trailer. That's the thing carrying the boomy part. And he just ran into it with a 26,000 pound vehicle.
That's usually what that white trailer with them black stripes means. It usually means some sort of death.
Yeah, that's the boomy part. Hence why it has all the cool electronics and power ran throughout it. What there is a big-ass crane in these that lifts the warhead off and then turns it and rolls it into the back of this truck so they can move the warhead from missile to missile. So you never know what missile's actually armed.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so that's what they're doing right here. Hence all the shit stacked around this thing so nothing can get it. And, yeah, I'm guessing that kid got to explain something when he got home.
Probably.
Because I can guarantee you it was an 18-year-old kid. The other way you can always tell that they're moving, let's see. I'll see if the missile's actually in here. This is always the dead giveaway.
No, I don't think there's anything in that. There's nothing in that.
No,
those are armed.
Yeah, the only one that is this Humvee in the back.
Yeah. There's no armaments on these.
Yep. So this was a training exercise. Oh, that one's armed.
Well, armed, but no one's in the turret.
Yeah, armed but not loaded.
Yeah.
There's no chain running up to that either. So
no.
That's a lot of steps to take when you're under fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a trial run that failed horribly. Now, if you look in the background, I don't know if my cursor doesn't show up, and I haven't downloaded that product that you said yet.
Pen.
Yeah. There's if you look right above the flamingo bar, there's a Huey right here.
Yep.
That's what turned sideways in front of me when I tried to pass one of these on interstate one time. They don't like that. Hence why they don't like this gentleman videotaping that either. Yeah, they kind of...
yeah, I don't think that trailer was squatting enough.
No, not to have a nuke inside of it. Yeah.
Not to be underweight, no.
Yeah, the one that I ran up on, yeah, it was armed. I know this because I saw the shiny brass pointing at my head. So, it's amazing how in a Kenworth you have a really big glass window and you can see a lot from there.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so that's our brilliant men and women of the Air Force here that we deal with.
Rear end.
They're also the ones. Yeah.
Or trailers that are supposed to have nuclear bombs in them.
Okay, so CZ Gira says 7.62 or 50. I'm guessing that the ones that were not armed were probably the gun or the turrets that are set up to accept the 50 cal. The one that you were looking at there is, God, now I'm trying to remember. What is the 30-06? It's the M. It's a 7.62, but it's a bigger brass. I can't remember what the hell gun that is.
Essentially a 308. It's a 249, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's the
That-
249.
That's what was on the top of those was the 30-06 round. And they have the 308, which is the what? M214?
So the 249 is 5.56.
Yeah.
214S is an AK-47 styled long-range rifle with the amenities you need to build that 7.2. Yeah, it's not.
I can't remember what the hell that one is, but yeah, it's the old school Browning classic. But yeah, so it'd be a 7.62 round, but it'd be like a 7.62 by 54.
240.
240. There you go. And I've got to go out and play with those because I was got to be pretty good friends with the armor out at that base. So when he calls you up and says, "Hey, you want to have fun? We have to get rid of some ammunition." You go. It's fun. The only thing
there's never a point in my life where I've had to get rid of ammo.
Oh. Yeah, the Air Force has to, because oddly enough, if they're not at net zero at the end of the fiscal year, they don't get that amount back.
Yep.
So they minus off whatever they didn't use, so it's easier just to go out and have a long session
Training.
of target practice. Yeah.
Yeah, training. Yeah. We had to spend stupid money on shit all the time.
Yeah.
Like I bought an 82-inch rear projection TV for $3,500 for training purposes.
We actually had a serious problem of embezzlement here at our base because, the Red Horse is in construction.
Training.
Yeah, exactly. The Red Horse is in construction. Well, the guy that was running the Red Horse was actually... He was going to a local hardware store, buying product for the base, supposedly, and then returning it and putting it on gift cards and not giving that back to the base. So they got the receipt for the product, he got the gift card, and yeah, he basically built up his whole little hobby ranch before he got caught. But yeah, he did it for 7-8 years, I guess. They caught him finally. There's a lot of government waste that goes on.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of civilian employees that take advantage of the lack of oversight of some of the money that they're put in, they're trusted with.
Well, and there's a lot of government contracts that are won by companies that you don't need Oakley safety glasses.
You don't. You don't. But I can tell you the Oakley safety glasses I have, you will not find a comparison.
Yeah, but is that because they were propped up by the government, or is that because... I mean, that R&D was paid for by someone.
Yeah, $250 a frame.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking there's a lot of companies that can make a really nice pair of safety glasses for $250 a frame if you won the contract.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like Benchmade. Do you really need a Benchmade folder?
Folder? No.
Yeah. Oh, out the front? Yeah. But I mean, yeah, that one right there, that one's the military issued. I know this because I can't get mine warranted because I wasn't in the military. Oh, that's nice. The fast action on that, so quick.
But if I'm in a fight with somebody, I'm not trusting that black one with my life.
Yeah. I don't know. The problem with those out the fronts is if you don't get them fully extended before you start stabbing, they don't usually work very well.
Yeah, not normally.
Unless you take the safety out of them. Yeah, they get kind of floppy then. But, yeah.
Punched a hole in my wrist pad for my keyboard.
Oops. Yeah, but yeah, being able to go out to that base and have a little fun, that was... The only thing I wasn't allowed to shoot was the fully automatic grenade launcher. Somebody else got to play with that one. I wasn't allowed to touch it. But let me tell you,
overrated.
A fully automatic 50 cal? That's fun. That's a lot.
Yeah, when someone else is paying for the damage on the ammo price.
Well, yeah.
It's not a tank of gas or fucking round.
I mean, it was literally 12 ammo boxes that we had to burn, a 50 cal, that I burnt personally. I mean, there was more there, but that's what I got to burn. And it was just chain after chain, slap it in,
slap it in, wait for the barrel to cool off, put in the next
one. Yep, we got to change the barrel out. You know, we had 3 barrels that we transition through, and he would change them out for me. Okay, you're good to go. It was a blast.
Yeah, there was a guy. I went to the gun range here in Oregon, and there was a guy that showed up with like 2 or 3 Barretts. Like, I'm sitting at the other end of the gun range, and I'm just like. And people tell me that my gun collection is excessive. That's $24,000 worth of guns right there in 3 weapons.
Is it?
And that's without any of the optics that were on any of them.
Yeah, no shit.
And he's out there drilling tacks at 150, 200 yards.
Well,
just
it's
ping,
a
ping, 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 ping. And it's like, would you get that fucking cannon out of here so the rest of us can hit something?
Well, I mean, it's a 50 cal. If you're not driving tacks at 150 yards with a 50 cal, you got problems. It's still climbing at that point.
Yeah, but he's out there putting holes in the steel plate the rest of us are trying to shoot at.
Well, shoot for the hole. See, that made it tricky.
The objective is to hear the gong on the back end, not like a whisper as it goes through the hole.
Yeah, Blonde BLQ was supposed to call in. That's true. She said she was distracted. My app. Are you putting up a number? I can't, but I can put the link in. Okay, here we go. See? God damn it, I can't get away with this. Miss Blonde BLQ, I'd love to put the number up and have you call in, but unfortunately with my system, it can't take the encoding power to bring the number through OBS and then back over into Restream. So, yeah. I got that.
Gotta love that 2 gigabyte GPU.
It only like puts a 40-second delay on the audio. It's not a big deal.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all. Works well for phone calls. You know, they get done talking, you count to 40, and then you start talking. It's
like having that chess timer on the desk with you.
Yeah, exactly. Click, click. But I can put the link in to have you come on if you'd like in Restream. And basically you can do that through your cell phone.
That's how Grotness does it.
Yeah, and you don't have to turn the camera on if you don't want. I know some people don't like to be on camera, so it can just be an audio call. There you go. There is the link if you want to get on. I'm chatting, but CZ Gira might want a link. There you go. I dropped it. You guys can hop on. Yeah. I don't even know. It says we have 4 watching over on. You realize we're just screwing off tonight. This is just a bullshit session. We're not going to cure any.
That's the whole point.
Exactly. We're not going to cure any national problems tonight. Yeah. Plus, I'm tired of fighting the good fight. I just want to fuck off from here till the end. Let it burn.
We don't have to let it burn. The truckers are going to go deal with it. The 70-mile-long caravan.
Yeah.
Last I heard, it was up to 70 miles long.
I'm still awfully fucking nervous about that.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's some nerves to be had, but to be completely honest with you, it's if they're smart about it and they encircle Washington, D.C. without actually entering Washington, D.C., I think they'll go a lot farther.
Oh, definitely. But, I don't know. Just, Ginger Goddess, how's it going? Why are you over on D-Live? I mean, glad to see you. You guys really need to move. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Eventually, I'm not going to be able to handle the computing power, and I'm just going to shut DLive off because I can't. And you want to know what's funny? You want to talk about video card issues? Want to know what kills my card faster than anything? DLive, and what all of you love, your fucking stickers. When you start packing stickers in my chat, I can watch my encoder just go. Hence why they have the button in DLive where I can shut stickers off. I may start doing that. Because Raid is not going to let me buy a PC. He tells me that Mac is the best thing in the world, and I need to just stick with it. And, right? Isn't that what you say? No?
That's what you're going to run with.
You asshole.
That's the story you want to run with.
I shouldn't have told you the stickers are the issue. Okay.
I have pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of stickers.
Yeah, let's see here. Chat settings. Disable all stickers. Confirm.
Some people's kids. That's okay. You still have to deal with all of those until someone comments them off the screen.
Oh, can't spam my own chat.
No, you can't. Isn't that some shit? Isn't that some shit? You can't do it from OBS either.
I can do it. If I just do that.
Well, you can't spam
the
chat into OBS.
Literally, you smartass. Literally, when you did that, my cooling fans kicked on.
Oh, man. Can a mod turn them back on? No. No, the channel owner has to turn them on and off.
Yeah, Mech, you can put those in. I don't care. The text.
I'm telling you, you give me a door, I'm coming crashing through that bitch like the Kool-Aid Man.
Oh yeah.
We had a guy on active duty that anytime something stupid happened, he would oh yeah like the Kool-Aid Man. And I had an ex-girlfriend I had to explain what that was to.
Really?
Yeah, she grew up in the backwoods of Boise, like back country of Boise. There's no real woods there, so the back country in Boise. So she grew up in the back country, and they didn't have cable, so she didn't experience the Kool-Aid Man until she was 22 or 23.
Man, that sucks.
I was like 25 at the time, I think, so she would have been 22 or 23. But yeah, I had posted something about the Kool-Aid Man on like Facebook or something, and she's like, "What the fuck is that?" And I'm like, "You don't know what the Kool-Aid Man is?" She's like, "No, what the fuck is the Kool-Aid Man?" I was like, "Oh boy."
Wow, is that?
So I texted Carl. Yeah.
Literally, all I had to do to get people over here from DLive was shut the stickers off. Cool.
Yeah, call politicians to DC emergency meeting and then circle DC with trucks and let none of them out. Now run our country ourselves. So the problem with that, Crisco, is they're just going to get on their private jets and fly home.
Yeah. Well, and the other problem that you have is you don't want them to actually be in DC. You would be better off to
Doesn't
empty
make a
out
difference
DC.
either way.
Well, yeah, that's true. Less of them would probably want to fly into a shit zone, though. I mean, if they know it's an issue. And Joe, he's not gonna know either way, so it really don't fucking matter. I mean,
Yeah, he's not going to realize it's a problem.
I'm gonna make a boom boom. The Iranian people. We need a pound of Iranian people.
Fucking guy. I'm telling you, I'm going to make a boom boom.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Poopy Joe.
Fucking retard.
Call all politicians. You know what you'd be better off to do? when the politician comes home.
Okay, so you know how they normally call firefighters to get cats out of trees?
Yeah.
In Oregon, they call the state police. That's an Oregon state trooper getting cats out of trees.
Why? Are they? Why?
Because the firefighters probably said no.
Yeah, but why even get? Oh, city people. There's no reason to get a cat out of a tree. Trust me, the cat gets hungry enough, it will come back down out of the tree.
Yeah, exactly. The cat got into the tree. They'll figure out how to get out of the tree.
Yeah. That's... Oh. Hey, look at that. Your stickers went off the page. My cooling fan's shut down. That's awesome.
Funny how that works.
Yeah,
I told you. I told you. In vehicles, they circle the problem for you in Chrome. Apple made the entire thing out of Chrome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's shiny. Looks pretty. And this is another
useless otherwise.
All right, since we're gonna knock freaking Apple, I'm not even gonna stick up for it anymore. This is another annoying piece of Apple technology. Look at the size of the fucking keyboard. I got meat mitts, man. I'm not a little guy. Yeah, exactly. You can't fit yours on the screen. Yeah, you see the 10 key on there? Yeah, no, you don't, because there ain't one. And this goddamn thing's like $120. Yeah. And then they have this invention, the smart mouse, the gesture mouse.
Yeah, there ain't nothing smart about that mouse either.
Yeah, which if you even lightly touch it the wrong way, suddenly you back up or go forward in a screen and you can't get back to where you were. And oh yeah, let me tell you, running Spotify with that in the morning when everybody's requesting songs. More than one time I've cleared my queue accidentally. Yeah, I know, that's right there is what I need, a rollerball just to, Mm-hmm.
I have the one that tilts.
Ooh.
It's more
yes,
ergonomic. It's actually called the Ergo model.
The problem is I just don't have the... Yeah. I don't have the change quite yet. I'm really close. Really, really close. Well, I sent you the one that I was looking at.
Yeah.
It was AMD. I know. That sucks. But the problem is the pre-built one with the i7 has like a shit graphics card in it. So I'm like, well, what the fuck? This is pointless. Like,
it depends on what graphics card's in it, honestly. Because at that point, you could use the processor for the encoding and the graphics card for the rendering.
All right. See, now you're going to make me... Seriously, sorry, folks. We're going to talk about a little tech here because, in the words of AP, well, I can't joke about the way AP talks. I was going to mimic him, but I probably shouldn't do that because he's a very smart individual.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I was going to say fix your shit. What are you doing to your desk?
I don't know what that was, but it was like... It was almost like the glue from the pads on this shitty Walmart coaster.
Ah, speaking of coasters, does anyone know where someone could get a good pair of, set of coasters for really cheap? You wouldn't happen to know. Hey, that almost looks like the Foxhole logo for $15. Over on Raid, what is that? The Stripe account, right?
Yeah. So it's the same. Not they have a trucker to fuel their damn jets up there. There aren't. No, yeah, exactly. No, it's the same I guess platform that you use to pay for gold pills over on Foxhole. So it's the same platform you use to buy them. It's the same platform we use to cash them out.
Yeah, it's the same one that you use to run your card.
Yeah, I've never bought gold pills, so I don't know.
I've made the mistake. All right, so here I'll give you the quick specs on this. So it has an Intel Core i7, 117, what the hell, 11700KF processor. Whatever the fuck that is.
So it's 11th generation i7. Okay.
Okay. 16
Probably.
gigabytes of memory.
Yeah.
1 terabyte NVMe SSD, so it's got a 1 terabyte solid state. And a GeForce RTX 3060 with Windows OS.
That's not a bad video card. It's the same thing I'm running, except I have the TI. It's the same graphics card in that AMD hunker you sent me.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought that was like a 32 something. I don't know.
No, that was a 3060.
Why you got to go and pick on the AMDs like that? I mean, geez, you know, some people.
I mean, they're touting this new processor that has the same cores as the processor I have from 7 years ago.
Yeah, but it's all in the construction.
But the package it comes on is what's important. It's the package that it comes with that's so important.
It's pretty. Who are you trying to sound like there? Anyway.
It even leaves a 12th or a bad taste in your mouth when you do that. 12th gen has a major flaw. What's the major flaw?
MacDruid actually, metapcs.com. You must have put a link to the article. I would think you would know.
Website. Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, what's the?
Let's see.
What are we talking about? What's the problem we're talking about? It's a little excessive. 3060 Ti.
Oh Jesus.
Ryzen. It's got a weaker power supply than I've got. A quarter of the RAM that I've got.
Well, yeah, but this only has 16 gig of RAM.
I mean, I have 2 terabytes in M.2s, just not a single one. I have 2 M.2s that are a terabyte apiece.
So is the liquid cool thing as big of a pain in the ass as it used to be?
Not if it's a closed system. No, it's not as much of a pain in the ass until it leaks.
Until it leaks. Yeah, usually moisture in computers don't necessarily cross over.
No, so for the most part, when the liquid cooling system... So I've replaced the liquid cooler on this one once. And that's cool, MacDruid. I don't know who JZ2 Cents is on YouTube.
There's video on issue. So there's a lot of folks that don't probably know what you do, and I'm guessing you probably don't want them to know what you do, but you have a very...
That's by design.
Yeah, you have a very... you have a very
intimate knowledge of one of the companies that makes...
Yeah, a very keen grasp on the what is going on in the processor world. Let's see here.
That's why I'm saying, like, tell me what the problem is, and I'll tell you if it's still an issue.
J2Z. Oh, JZ2 Cents.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's like the name in and of itself would be like the number one reason why I wouldn't be looking for this person.
I mean, I'll be your Huckleberry. Hey, you just watched that,
PC products. That's great. We've gone through and told me what that this person does reviews. Hold
on a second. I'm reading it right now.
The question that you've answered is not the question that was asked.
Let's see.
So it looks like a RAM lane issue.
Looks like a what?
So it looks like a memory channel issue based off of what the comments are in the chat, or in the guy's comment section underneath the video. This has been a problem since DDR3. So we're talking about the 12th generation Intel processor having a problem that's existed for well over a decade.
What is the problem?
It looks like from what I could glean from like 10-second glance at the comments, is the RAM has different speeds that it can run at, and it looks like it's running at DDR3 speeds instead of 4 speeds, depending on varying conditions, it looks like. So why the problem still exists and where it comes from and how to fix it, I don't know. But if it's been a problem since DDR3, then that would have been a problem, like, starting with, like, the first generation I-core processors.
So basically you can't tell it to turn it up? Is that the issue?
Not that kind of computer nerd.
Oh, that's right. You're hardware, not software. I fixed the really broken shit. I don't know how to fix the other shit.
Yeah, no, if like hardware quits working, I can troubleshoot that. Because there's physical half steps.
What I'm going to show you here.
Software, not quite.
I was going to try to...
Oh, XMP. Okay. Yeah, that sounds right.
Oh, you must have heard
that.
that.
Yeah, and I want to say it makes it harder to optimize for performance. I don't have an issue with it.
Some of that might be by design. Because you had these guys that really love to overclock their PCs.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So you run into people that want to overclock everything instead of just buying the hardware they need to be able to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Spend a little bit more money, do less damage to your equipment.
Yeah, everybody keeps telling me that. Just spend a little bit more money.
Well, you're going to spend twice as much money when you replace that CPU after you fry it because your fucking heat spreader popped off after you overheated it because you overclocked it for too fucking long.
It's not... I mean...
Like, you're talking about having to take your liquid cooling system apart half a dozen times to replace the thermal paste on it versus once or twice.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You're incurring more maintenance costs for nothing. Just buy an extra couple of sticks of RAM and throw them in there. Buy a little bit, one step higher in processors. It doesn't even need to be the next generation. But if they've been having a problem with it since DDR3, it's not just a problem with the 12th generation processor. So to call it a major flaw with the 12th generation processors, for me, is a bit of a stretch.
No.
If they've been having the problem since DDR3 and we're on DDR4 now.
Well, somebody in there said they were beta testing DDR5.
That I could believe that. I'd like to thank the community for the beta testing DDR5. That was one of the comments, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're beta testing 5, maybe they figured it out with 5. I don't know. And at that point, it's a problem that's solved with the motherboard, not the CPU. Because a lot of your memory channels come from the motherboard. The CPU just organizes them.
Yeah, and somebody on here says that that's been the case since DDR2, actually. And not surprising that it is still the case with DDR5. So, yeah. See, this is the problem with computers. This is my issue. Nobody just makes all the same pieces. I don't need a company that makes RAM and a company that makes this. A company that makes that. Yeah, you need this and you need that. Can I just have one company that makes it all and I'll put it together like a Lego kit and it'll be fine?
Newegg, Amazon.
Well, yeah, but you
Seriously,
still got to cross-reference if that works with
No,
this.
not really.
No?
So if you go on Newegg's website, they have a PC builder that will actually tell you.
Oh,
if it
yeah.
fits.
Yeah, I played
So you
with
just
that
say,
a little bit.
I want this processor, I want this graphics card, and I want this hard drive. And then you can go through and pick the stuff that will fit.
Yeah, and it's like $150 to have them build it up and send it out to you. It's awesome.
Uh-huh.
I looked into that.
Uh-huh.
This is where Raid kicks my ass for wanting to have somebody else build it.
It's shapes and colors. Mostly shapes.
I don't
if
do
you
well
can't
with
get the
colors.
square peg in the round hole, you got fucking problems, dude.
Well, I had a kid. Worked
That's
once.
my point. You can't line the square peg up with the square hole and the round peg up with the round hole.
Yeah, but it's
Put
that
some
whole
hair
shit
around it. Maybe that'll help.
Oh, CZ Gear. Like how CZ Gear puts in there, fix your shit. And now the guy that was supposed to come on and talk to us is sitting here spamming the the link that I put in the chat to come on and talk to us. That was for
Speed
you,
would
Dork.
depend on the bus on the motherboard. Yeah, that too. And ISO standards have helped. Yeah, ISO standards have helped frustrate the people that work in the clean room. Because the people that do the ISO inspections come in and ask you retarded questions that, like, fucking, I don't know. Well, why do you do this? They don't tell me that. Well, why not? Because I haven't asked, because it has nothing to do with my job. But your module does it. That's nice. I don't. Not my circus, not my monkey, dude.
So anyway, I slice this. I'm looking at spending like $2,000, right?
Give or take.
Awesome.
You gotta figure, I spent $100 on the power supply. I've probably spent like $900 on a RAM. Because it's like $300 for 32 gigabytes of this RAM.
Expensive little sticks.
It's 3200 megahertz RAM. It's the fastest RAM you can buy.
All right, what the hell happened there? Oh. The man, the myth, the legend. Mr. CZ Guerra's here. How are you, sir?
Hi, how you doing?
So, how bad did you break your sled? I caught a little bit of it this morning. Did you seriously check your whole clutch out?
Well, hang on a second. I got to shut off the other stream. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Well, you know how the clutch will come in and out? Like, it's a centrifugal clutch. So the faster it goes, it'll pull it in. It's locked into that position, and the outer casing is almost popping off. You can see the pieces just grabbing on. Had I gone a little bit further, it probably would have popped off and come up through the cowling.
That would have sucked.
Yeah, well, I talked to my mechanic, and he says, well, maybe it's good if you just, like, lean to the right a little bit.
That's a Canadian mechanic humor there. Just lean to the side. You'll be fine. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a Yamaha Grizzly 660 that the belt kept slipping off. And the mechanic's like, well, just put the belt back on. Yeah, let me take the 16 screws out to get into this cowling to slide that belt back on, to put the 16 screws back in while it's in a fucking mud hole.
Not a fan.
That's what winches are for.
Yeah.
When you're doing a 27-mile drive home and you got to winch out every 300 yards, it's just not fucking worth it. We just left the winch connected.
I got big mud tires on my buggy. I've got an 07 RZRS 800 EFI. The thing goes about 60 miles an hour.
I got that 660 up to about 35, 40 on a straightaway. And you go 35, 40 miles an hour on a four-wheeler, and it's like...
Yeah, because I've had my sportsman.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I've had my
You're glad to have
You
that
get a
full
front end
face dirt
wobble.
bike mask on.
Yeah.
You got to be super careful about where you do it, but where I was at, there wasn't a whole lot of front end wobble. Like I wasn't trying to do it in curves and shit. You do it in curves, and like the front end of the bike dips down.
Yeah. Well, and I have.
Yeah, you don't want that front end wobble. That's scary.
The death rattle. It's awesome.
It's not a death rattle.
Yeah, you don't. Want
It's not really like you'd think Ford death rattle, like the fucking steering wheel.
Hey,
No.
that was Dodge.
Close enough. Close enough. Ford fucked over rebuilt Dodge. I mean, come on, man.
First on race day.
Found on roadside dead. Fix or repair daily. My grandfather worked for Ford
I'd
for
rather
4.5
push my Chevy
hours.
than drive a Ford.
Well, but that's why they put heated tailgates on for you guys.
They built a seat into yours. Come on. You guys had the folding, collapsing seated tailgate long before Chevy ever came up with that. No, my grandfather worked for Ford for 4.5 hours, got hired by GM on lunch, and never went back.
Yeah.
No. There's a GM in my driveway. You go to my parents' house, every vehicle in their driveway is GMC.
Well, GM does make
Except
a very
the one
nice,
Chevy.
GM does make a very nice car with a box. But if you want a truck, you get a Ford.
Oh, that's right. The one's made out of aluminum now?
I said truck.
Is that so they can float over the potholes?
Go up a little higher.
Because their suspension's absolute shit?
Oh, my. Tell you what.
I'm not a fanboy, really.
I was going to say.
I'm not either, but I absolutely hate Ford.
The really shitty
and I own
part
stock in the company.
Here, you want me to drive you insane? Guess what my dealership was?
Well, it was a Ford dealer, I'm sure.
Ford, Chevrolet, GMC.
How the fuck did that happen?
Small town. There was a Ford dealer. We had the GMC Chevrolet dealer. He was going out of business, and Ford went.
So you guys bought him?
Yeah, we're okay with it if you're okay with it. GM went, well, we're okay with it. So there was literally an imaginary line in our lot where the Ford dealership started and the Chevy dealership stopped. But yeah, they didn't care. The only one that cared was Dodge, because we were trying to buy a Dodge dealership that was going out of business, and we were too close to a competing dealership, so they wouldn't let us purchase the one that was going out of business. Otherwise, we would have been a Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Chevrolet, GMC, Ford dealership.
That's not a dealership, that's an auto group.
Yeah.
No, it's just
I was going to say the same thing. That's an auto group.
That's multiple dealerships under the same hat. That's an auto group. That's not a dealership.
In the same building. That was fun.
Sounds like the Roseville Auto Mall.
It's an auto mall.
Yeah, exactly. We would have been an auto mall. We were an auto mall in a town of 1,300 people.
I bought my first car from an auto mall.
Sorry to hear
1997 Nissan Sentra.
Really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, the trunk was bigger than the entire passenger compartment.
Why did you buy the
That's all I could
MacBook
afford
Air
at the time.
of cars?
That's all I could afford at the time. And I put a CB radio in it too, so it looked like a little RC car driving down the road. And the only place to mount the antenna was on the trunk, so it really looked like an RC car.
Got a 7-foot whip off of a.
It was a quarter. It was just 2.5 feet. It's the same antenna that's on my truck, basically.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, you magnet mount it to the hood. It's not horrible.
So, CZ, how's life up in Canada treating you?
My favorite car was a 75 Monte Carlo.
Ooh.
Say that again.
Okay, that. I said, how's life in Canada treating you?
I live in the middle of nowhere, and I try to avoid people as much as possible. So my life really hasn't changed much. I work remotely, right? So I do database maintenance for a company in Winnipeg. So most of my work is remote. So that's okay. So the winter, we've had more snow this year than we've had in the last 2 years, which is fantastic. I've had I've done more riding on my sleds this year than I have in the last 3.
Raid had to step out for just a second, so we'll get him back here as soon as he's done.
Oh,
Yeah, you've been actually playing on your sled quite a bit. We haven't had enough snow to speak up to actually even fire ours, other than in the mountains. But yeah, it's not good down here.
Yeah, I've got 3 feet off of my deck of snow, and it's snowing again right now.
Good Lord. And you told me you were like all done, season's over.
Well, that was my fault. I was reading the temperatures, and I guess I had it flipped over to Fahrenheit. So when I looked at 18, I went, "Oh my goodness, what the hell?" So yeah, I was kind of surprised too, and a little disappointed. But now that Bob's out of commission and Dave might need some work, I'm like, the hell with it. I started working on my buggy.
Yeah, I need to get mine drug out of the frickin' snow here. I got a Polaris Sportsman 550 that I ride for working cows. It's getting on about that time of year that it's going to need to fire up. So yeah, that's why I was talking about that death wobble. What's that?
The death wobble. Yes. No, I was going to say I got a 700 twin that I use for plowing the driveway.
Oh, there you go. Shit, that works.
Yeah.
I don't know. I probably need to bite the bullet and start looking into side-by-sides just because the family's getting big enough now that, everybody's kind of wanting to go. So the 550 doesn't quite handle 3 people hanging off of it very well. So.
No. That's one of the reasons why I got my side-by-side was because of the driving. I've got injuries. Like I've had surgeries on both my hands. So I'm on compensation. So the buggy drives much better than the quad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, now wait a minute. How the hell do you ride a snowmobile? Because I've been beat up more by a snowmobile than I ever have been by a quad.
Well, I do most of my riding on the trails. I don't do very much ditch bombing or bouncing through the fields. I've got a lot of powder in the back. Like we've got mostly bush and pasture in the 80 acres here. So I can bust powder doing 60 miles an hour in either sled easy enough. And once she's packed down, I can get Dave up to about 90 miles an hour. And that's a different ride. You don't have to worry about high-speed wobble. You just have to worry about your ski digging in and throwing you.
Catapulting your ass off of the sled.
Yeah. You may see I'm a little preoccupied. I got a kitten here that's been trying to get my attention.
Oh my.
Yeah, she hasn't been fixed, but she's in heat, so.
Oh.
Yeah. No, she's 10 years old. She's about that big.
I was gonna say,
see why she's angry all the time. She's God's perfect little killing machine, and she's only about 2 pounds.
Yeah. You gave me all the fear of God and none of the body.
Yeah.
I
When
don't
she's
know.
mad at me, I still sleep with one eye open though.
Oh, I'm guessing. Got a cat strangling the shit out of you in the middle of the night. But
No, it's her claws I worry about.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching I can't remember what the hell video it was, but it was a cat that literally laid down on a gal's face when she was sleeping. Like nose, mouth, tried to smother her. I'm like, good Lord. There's a reason I stick with dogs.
Oh, I love my Nika. Yeah, she's sleeping and snoring right now. But yeah, she's been my rock for the last few years.
No. Yeah, it's interesting times that we live in, and gonna get more interesting. I'm thinking.
Indeed. Well, yeah. If things are supposed to follow the way they're supposed to follow, it's supposed to get worse before it gets better. But I have faith it'll get better. I've been told so. Basically, from that night in the bush.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say you recently got to kind of stare into the face of God there for a second when you're
it was actually quite interesting. Well, it wasn't actually that cold. Between my snowmobile suit and the fire that I made, I was cozy. But mind you, I had to be cozy for 8 hours.
Yeah. Not a lot of sleep going on there, keeping that fire going, I'm guessing.
No, just a little bit of nodding until you get that thunk, and then go get more wood, pile it on. Go get more wood, pile it on. But definitely going to make better lane choices in the future. Getting stuck sucks.
Yeah. When sleds get stuck, they're stuck. I mean, that's the one shitty part about a snowmobile. Once that ass end buries, you're so screwed. Yeah,
it is. It can be tough. So usually when there's no excuse me, when my roommate's not here or the neighbors aren't home, usually what I'll do is I'll just ride on the back 80 here in that camp. And camp has a huge pond, like a huge pit that they used to take gravel out of. And one of the drifts there was 6 feet deep, and I got stuck really good there. So it took me about an hour to get out. But that's part of the fun, so to speak.
Yeah.
Never done
Well,
any
and up
ranching
here
or
we got to worry
anything,
about.
but
Well, have you ever rode up in the mountains?
not on a sled. No, you need good
No.
paddles and a long track for that. I've seen
Yeah.
videos of a guy going off trail, and all you see is like, do, 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 do,
Yep. Yeah, you got to keep that nose up and just keep the throttle pinned, because otherwise, yeah, it just kind of digs itself right in. But we have these wonderful things called tree wells that you
I was gonna
really,
say,
really,
you have to be careful.
yeah, you really got to watch out for those, because you can imagine, you get up in the mountains and you're riding and you're not even really thinking about it, but you're passing these little short pine trees, right? That are like 6-8 foot tall.
Yeah, short pine trees that end up being 50 feet tall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and you're just hauling ass across these, and you're going, "Oh, this is awesome, man!" Da, da, da. And all of a sudden, you see one of your buddies that just literally disappears. Yeah, he fell, 35 feet down a tree well, and now you got to figure out how to get him the fuck out. He's banged up. The sled is gonna stay there until spring. It's not coming back out. So yeah, them little short pine trees that you see all these guys up in the mountains riding around, folks. Yeah, there's a lot more of that tree down below them. So you got to be careful up there.
Yeah.
But we usually lose
up here in the
there's,
winter,
there's usually about 6-8 guys that we lose every year to tree wells. But
like they pass away, lose.
Yeah. Because the problem is you'll
sorry to
go
hear.
into one and then it'll fall in around you and kind of mini avalanche you into the bottom. And it's not something that you can quickly go and get the person out of. But sorry, I was interrupting you there. What was you about to say?
Oh no. I was gonna do a comparison, because out here in Manitoba's Interlake, we don't have too many tree wells, but we do have a lot of swamp and the cattails and all the brush, and those could hold up quite a bit of snow. So there's a lake not too far from here. It's called Lake Francis, and it's covered in reeds. And you can hit a good drift, and you'll be catching 20 feet of air and flying another 50 feet, and then you don't see anything. And all you hear is blah 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 blah, and out the other side.
Oh yeah. Well, and growing up in South Dakota,
that and chasing the coyotes.
Yeah. Oh, see, now I love doing that. That was one thing I miss about in growing up in South Dakota. I was on the eastern side, which was more of the plains and flatland, so it was short track, fast sleds. And
that's right below me.
There you go. Yeah, going coyote hunting over there. Oh, that was fun on sleds, chasing them around and packing them into the snow. You run over them and poof them down into the freaking snow. Then the poor little bastards get up and take off running again. But I had a buddy of mine that had. You got bounties on coyotes?
Yeah.
Really? Shit. That would be fun. But I had a buddy of mine that had a brand new. It was a Skidoo, and I can't remember the name of the. Anyway, this was back in the 90s. It was the new hot sled. It was the all fiberglass front end, really freaking cool, And he's out just hauling ass in this thing, and he's doing well chasing down coyotes because he's way faster than any of our sleds. And he got into some shallower snow and didn't realize it. And when he hit the coyote to push him down in the snow, the coyote had nowhere to go. So he went between the hood cowl and the ski and wedged back. So now he's riding around with a very angry coyote on his skis. Yeah, exactly. Getting rolled up and beat around. And he gets scared because he doesn't want to let off the throttle because he knows as soon as he does, the coyote can get out. And he now pissed him off. So he unscabbards. He had a New England single shot shotgun. That was legal length ? That he had scabbard into his leg well on the sled. So he unscabbards his shotgun and reaches around and goes, boom. Yeah, he got the coyote, but he also blew
And
most of the front of that brand new fiberglass sled off. So that was an expensive coyote, but it was a fun time.
Yeah.
It was fun watching him.
Yeah, you always got to know what's behind your target.
Yeah, and how far that little short shotgun's going to spread when it comes out.
Yeah. Well, as I've said in chat, we've got a problem with squirrels and chipmunks out here. The squirrels haven't been so bad. I think the coyotes took care of them, and I'm a pretty good shot, so we've been taking them out. But the chipmunks have gone after my brakes. They've actually chewed my brake lines on my Jeep. So,
Really?
and like someone has said, there's a one-eyed one out there, but that's because I missed him. He was running along the branch, and I caught the branch just in front of him. He had just stopped, and but oh well. Yeah, there's a war
So do
going
you
on
have
here.
like
Nika's
the
very good at hunting.
So do you have like the weird black and gray squirrels up there? Or are they all just the red squirrel, like the foxtail squirrel?
Oh no, the other ones. Yeah, the red ones are mostly in the city. The big red squirrels are in the
Okay.
city, and the big gray ones. Yeah, like
Hmm.
someone actually brought one out. And they were going to make squirrel stew. I said thank you, but no, I never tried it. And I would prefer trying it fresh than maybe from frozen. But
Yeah.
and now I got cat hair in my nose.
Yeah, you're in that position where if you had to eat it, you would, but you don't have to yet. So we're good.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
actually
We got a
so
freezer full of deer and fish, so we're good.
yeah. Yeah, back home I used to actually shoot quite a bit of red-tailed squirrel. And well, at the time, MEP Spinners was buying the salted tails for their little poof ball at the end of those MEP Spinners, and it was like, God, I can't remember. It was like, I want to say it was either 25 or 45 cents a tail that they would pay you. So as a kid, shit, that was great because you could buy 22 shells really back then. You can make a fairly decent profit as a 12-year-old shooting a bunch of damn squirrels and chopping their tails off and salting them and sending them.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there wasn't very many squirrels left around our house, but but we never had the chipmunk problem. And that's new. We have prairie dogs
they're
out here.
nasty.
Those are fun.
Yeah. Actually, that's how I learned how to be a sharpshooter was through hunting ground squirrel. My grandpa, my grandpa would set up my firing arcs, right? Set up sticks in the ground. I'm not allowed to shoot past there. I'm not allowed to shoot past there. He gave me a box of shells, and I was to bring home all the tails from all the ground squirrels. So I got I tried taking 2 out with 1 shot because then I get paid more with less bullets, and it was actually pretty good. But now that you said he got paid for the tails, now it looks like I was getting ripped off. I was only getting 10
Oh, yeah.
cents a tail.
Yeah, MEPS would.
Mind you, he bought
MEPS
the
paid
shells.
pretty well for him. And I don't know what they'd pay for a black squirrel. We had a red squirrel, but yeah, because I know they use black squirrel tail in some of their spinners also. But yeah, well, and the best money I ever made was, this sounds stupid, but we started we had 2 peacocks. I don't know why my mother got into this old McDonald feeling where she had to have every damn animal you could think of. But we had 2 peacocks, a male and a female. And I made more money out of ripping the tail feathers out of that male peacock because the guys that tied flies would buy that, just a single feather. They're fairly long and they got quite a bit of plumage on them, but they would buy a single feather for like $4. And they thought they were getting a great deal. Well, shit, as a kid, yeah, for $4, that's I can make 12, $15 in a handful. So when that little asshole was walking by, yeah, he'd just grab a hold and poof. I got beer money for the weekend.
That's funny.
It was great fun. I'm sorry to hear that, Randy. So I'm trying to figure out who passed away over in. He said, Smokey Randy said Australia lost a legend today. I didn't hear. Well, of course, we don't hear much out of Australia, but Squirrel gangs in Canada. Yeah, exactly. So do they flash colors or signs at you when they're out there in a gang and getting ornery?
Apparently, apparently, I was just reading the chat now. A drink tutorial. No, I'm not showing you around my house. It's a mess.
Yeah, man, yeah. Well, and have you actually made? I want to know. Have you made the pina colada yet?
Oh, I have actually. Yes, I have. I've had a few too many, I think. The orange at the end, after it soaks in there for a while, the orange at the end is nice. Depending on if you like it, if you like sipping whiskey, then you don't add any ginger ale. But then you can, just smoothen it up a little bit with some ginger ale, and it's actually pretty good.
So are you zesting the orange, or are you just slicing it and putting it in?
I'm just slicing, putting it in.
All right.
I'm not a drink maker, so I'm quite sure someone out there probably knows how to do it more better than me.
Well, so with a whiskey, if you like more of the bitter side, like to go with the maple, if you take the orange rind and twist it, it'll spray the orange oil out on top of the drink, and you get a higher orange flavor, but it's more of a bitter flavor. So just to give you a heads up, not that I've.
Is that what they call bitters? Oh.
Well, bitters is something else, but yeah, it's kind of that idea. It gives you that oily right at the end. But
understand.
Yeah. Oh, there was way too many nights of sitting in a bar trying to impress girls. I learned all them stupid tricks.
Yeah, stupid boy tricks. Try to impress the ladies.
Shane Warren died last night, Montana Free. He was a legend here and died unexpectedly at 52. Wow.
Oh. Rest in peace.
That sucks.
Sorry.
We lose too many of those legends, it appears. But
yeah.
Yeah, if you want another stupid bar trick, take your orange zest over to like a candle that's burning and twist it, and it'll literally throw flames.
No.
Again, showing off for the girls. You learn that. Yeah, orange oil is actually highly flammable. So if you want to do the cool thing where you light the drink on fire, you put a candle in front of it and twist the orange, and it throws a little flame over into it and starts it on fire. And then all the girls say ooh and ah, and yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Learn something new every day. I like that.
Like I said,
and I've got a cat that won't leave my computer alone.
Well, she just wants to type. Send a message out to Miss Blonde BLQ. But share your oranges. It's easy. Nope. He's keeping all those oranges to himself.
When I make drinks, I'll make some here. Let me move these windows around so I can see chat.
Well, there you go. I'm gonna. Raid has thrown his way back in. Did you get lost out there, or the dog run off on you? What happened?
He doesn't have anywhere to run to.
No, that's true.
He's in a fenced-in yard. It's like I can open the door and let him out and not have to worry about it.
I don't know what is going on with my. Well, never mind. I'm not even going to bring it up. I was going to say I don't know what's going on with my PC because you're moving on every other screen, but you're not moving in Restream. So I don't know how that even makes sense. Yep. Now there you go.
I don't see him moving there either. There he goes.
Well, don't start with me. Don't. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying.
That's okay. My PC's being used by my client. Their server went down. One of their drives out of the 8 went down, got corrupted, so their entire operating system went. So now they're using my development server as a full production server. It's a little hairy. Yeah, my dev server is just a small PC box, really. Nowhere near like what Raid's got.
I haven't seen the entire Raid Shack yet. I'm guessing that it looks somewhere between NASA and Ted Kaczynski's cabin.
Or what they have underneath Utah.
Lots of
they're
wires
in there
and-
on their side.
Oh, okay.
My 3D printed feet so I can stand them up on their end.
You have way too much fun with these 3D printers. You're gonna freaking. I wonder, can a Mac run a 3D printer? Because maybe that's what I
Yeah.
could use it for. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can run a 3D printer off of a Raspberry Pi.
Well, I know, but can a Mac do it?
Well, I mean, the Raspberry Pi is a little bit more powerful, but yeah, you can probably do it with a Mac. You'll at least be able to render the image on a Mac. You won't get the image rendering on a Raspberry Pi. There's no graphics built in.
You prick. It's more powerful than.
Hey, I like playing with those Raspberry Pis. They were fun.
They're useful.
I see. All of this shit is well above my head.
I've actually got a compute stick running the laser. I didn't try to use a Raspberry Pi for that. It's the software is Windows based.
I mean, if you want me to teach you how to slaughter and break down a cow into usable parts, I can tell you that part. Or like I said, how to rebuild an E4OD transmission, got that down. But you could hand me a Raspberry Pi and all the pieces, and I'd still look at it and go, "What the fuck am I supposed to do with this?"
The heat sinks and the paste are all shaped.
I haven't used one in a long time.
It hasn't changed.
The heat sink and the what? Yeah, don't look at me like that. You look like a disappointed father. He's leaving.
You just got the look.
Yeah, exactly that. It's not that I'm mad. I'm just disappointed, Let's see here. Hey, Anka Vanka's in the chat. He literally left.
What do you got, Sestina? Kakina.
Uh-oh. He's yelling French at him.
Russian, that's it. That was Russian, actually.
Russian? Oh, good lord.
Russian? Нет, понимаю русский.
You want...
I don't speak
What?
Russian. That's how you say I don't speak Russian in Russian.
Oh.
So this is the computer that's running the laser engraver.
Oh, so it's just like a...
So if
Intel
it
micro
quits,
PC.
if something wonky happens, I just plug it into an HDMI port on a monitor. And
See, I know what that thing
done.
is. I
This is a Raspberry Pi 3.
Don't know what that is.
So your heat sinks
I use first gen.
are shapes. You just put the paste, you put the stickers on there. It's a double-sided foam heat transfer tape of some kind. And it sticks the heat sink to the chip. And you're done. That one's broken.
Yeah, but
tried
then
that
you have the whole, programming and shit stuff.
That's all automated.
What?
So, yeah, it's all automated. This one doesn't have the heatsink paste on it yet, but there's a heatsink deal that goes over that. But on the 4s, it's not a heatsink thing. Your case has a fan on it that forces air over the top of it.
Yeah,
But these ones are... The 4 gigabyte model right now is like $100 because you can't get them. I bought a spare when they were still $60 because I had broken one, and I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna buy 2. Because if something happens, I want to have one on hand.
See, I just can't wrap... I have trouble wrapping my head around this stuff. I mean, I get that it's, monkey push buttons, but it's a little more...
Not really.
It's gotta be.
It's not. Dude, IR firefighter, right? Like, I'll go get my degrees and show you. I have degrees in firefighting. Which is literally, it puts the wet stuff on the red stuff. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
Because you can't go to a single fire department where there isn't at least one person that says it puts the wet stuff on the red stuff.
Red stuff. I know.
I'm just...
Or if it's hot, make it cold.
Yeah. That propane tank's hot. Make it cold. Okay. If you don't, it's going to explode. Got it.
All right,
Pull it off. Okay. I had one that already popped, and I was still spraying water on it. Like the
Oh, we
chief
had
walks over. He's like, "Hey, that popped like an hour ago. You're fine. Hey, that's cool."
Yeah. So
Still hitting it with the stream. He's like, "Stop spraying the propane tank and put water in the garage." I am putting water in the garage.
technically.
Technically. Dude.
It's
Chasing
spraying
butterflies
off
with a
the
hose.
propane tank. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a Z pattern with it to keep the air moving around. But yeah,
Yeah, we
the
had
bottom of your Z pattern being the propane tank. That's the same fire where I got picked up and shot down the driveway because they didn't follow instructions when we got there. The chief said pull a 2.5. I reiterated pull a 2.5. I was the one riding right seat. They pulled an 1 3/4 and handed it to me, and I'm like, Jim, this isn't the same, and you know better. Like, come on, dude. He's like, yeah, but that's the only one that's ready. I'm like, how? There's a 2.5 nozzle right there. There's a 2.5 pack that comes off the back end of the engine. Why am I standing here with an 1 3/4 in my hand? Because we didn't pull the 2.5 yet. Why? Like, responsibility number 1, take the hydrant. Responsibility number 2, pull me a 2.5. What happened?
Well, they had the 1 3/4 ready for you.
Yeah. So he's like, it's fine. I'll just bump the pressure up a little bit. I'm like, okay, a little bit.
Oh, mother. No, you don't bump up the pressure on an 1 3/4 line. No.
A little bit is okay because you don't normally put the maximum through that nozzle.
You did that night.
At 195 pounds.
Ah.
Bam! And shot down a driveway. It picked me up off my feet, slammed me into the ground, and shot me down a driveway. And I was like, I had just enough time to close the bail as the bail flew out of my hands. So the hose stopped, but I didn't.
Well,
my
yeah.
helmet didn't. My helmet
Well,
kept
the
tumbling down the driveway. My
cool
helmet
part
came
is
off
you're-
and was rolling down the driveway. The guy that was walking up the driveway grabbed my helmet as it was going by and was like, here you go. You're going to want that back.
The cool part is your turnouts become a built-in slip and slide at that point. Once you're on your back, you're like a turtle and you're just going. I mean, there's...
Not if you're wearing an air pack. Because your air pack
you had
will
your
actually
back
chunk
on.
into the ice and slow you down.
Nice.
Yeah, I have back problems.
Well, I wonder why.
That would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I had the city fire, the other fire department's chief standing over the top of me. Get up there, advance! Fuck you! I just came from up there. And he took a step and face planted. And it's like, I fucking told you, dude.
So Smokey Randy, this has been an ongoing joke since my days on D-Live. He says, "Can you tie an FG knot?" Do you guys know what an FG knot is? It's where you're combining your braided line for fishing onto your mono or your fluorocarbon line.
To what
And it is
point
a
purpose?
Well, because a lot of times when you're deep sea, you run a monofilament bottom half, like a leader, and a corded top. But the knot that he's talking about is a miserable cocksucker. And Smokey, I've told you before, get your GoPro out and send me a video on a how-to, and I'll tie that sumbitch. But no, there's no reason for me to tie an FG knot.
No. Our biggest knot was a bowline, clove hitch, and a square knot. Occasionally we'd do a water knot, but like it was basically like the bread and butter was bowline and a half hitch, clove hitch. I mean,
I'll tell you what,
I'd half hitch my way all the way down a fucking pike pole.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Like,
I've used,
what
timber
knot are you
hitches
supposed to
all
tie
along.
on a pike pole? Fuck, I don't know. I just use half hitches the whole way up it.
What was that, CZ?
No, yeah, the timber hitch. Almost the same thing as using half hitches all the way up the pole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Work
Well, the
smarter,
cool-
not harder.
Cool part about a half hitch is you can tie it right in front of you, and if you whip the line right, it'll crawl the pole on its own. You know, you can actually space them out. It's great fun. But
Yeah. No, they wanted us. So the way they wanted us to raise a saw is you had to do like a figure 8, and then you do a figure 8 over that, and then you would half hitch your way up the saw blade, so that when it was going up, if there was a call on the radio to bust out a window, you could just go bust out the window and keep climbing.
No.
So you'd break out the window with the motor on the saw instead of trying to break it with the blade. And you just pull it a little bit away from the house and let go. Or whatever building it is you're breaking the windows out of. We need to ventilate the second story on the DC corner. Okay. Right here with the saw. Give me a second.
Window.
What? There you go. Windows ventilated. Oh, cool.
Or for casting big ass at GT. Yeah, GTs and tuna. I don't see it. Smokey.
Lures, yeah.
So here's the thing, Smokey. You have to. Do you own a map, buddy? Do you know where Montana is? I don't
He's
go
about as
after.
landlocked as you can get.
Yeah, I don't go after a lot of GT or tuna. I mean, the most I ever have to tie a leader on is when I'm tying onto a fly rod.
Or when you're going catfishing.
Yeah, even catfishing. Catfish are stupid enough; they'll bite a fucking braided line all the way to the hook.
Yeah,
They're
we
an
got a lot of
opportunity
walleye and
animal.
perch up here,
Yeah, that's
and
I mean,
northern pike.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, do you guys get tiger muskie over there or no?
Yeah, we get muskie up
tigers.
here. They're nasty fighters. One of them went after my dive instructor at Falcon Lake. Was going after his fin. Thing must have been about 30 pounds. He says about. Well, he said it must have been about that round at least. Fucking biting on his fin.
Nothing like a freshwater shark.
Yeah, they're like barracuda. And when we were ice fishing with them, they'll shoot out of the hole. So we call them snot rockets because they're just covered in this slime. So my roommate, he does lots of ice fishing. He said the best catch and release he ever had is one come shooting out, unhooked itself, and went right back down the hole.
Prick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you guys ever do any spearfishing over there, or is that allowed up in Canada?
I've never done it. I've heard of guys doing it in West Hawk and Falcon Lake. That's where most of the diving in Manitoba is done. There in Clear Lake up near Riding Mountain. West Hawk was made by a meteor and is over 300 feet deep. I've got my license for 100. The deepest I've been is 110.
Yeah, no, spearfishing wouldn't work in that. That's a long way to drop a spear. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, go do a little spearfishing with through the ice. It's fun. You take what? Ray's shaking his head. Have you ever done it?
I've gone ice fishing. I don't want to be involved with a spear going through that hole in the ice.
Oh no, you see, spearfishing, you're allowed to cut a much larger hole.
Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, you cut it like 3 foot by 3 foot, and then hook it and pull it out. And what? You walk the edge. It's okay. It's all right. You're in a nice dark, enclosed little shanty, so you can't really tell where your feet are. But it's all good. And then you take like an 1.5 inch PVC pipe, put that down in the water, and then you take white lima beans or northern beans and line your
Hola, is that me? Hello? Is this thing on? Tap, tap, tap. Hello? What's going on here? Ah, by myself? I don't like this. Do I do a dance? What do I do? Do a little dance. Okay, no. Or do I stick around? What's going on? No. I've got no controls. Dance. No. Yeah, I can show you my kitty, dude. Yeah, there's my kitty. I think she's in heat. She won't leave my computer alone. Meow. I can go fetch my whiskey. No. Okay, I'm gonna shut this down.